Chapter 591, The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The sky-reaching tower glittered golden lights. Its golden dazzling sheen flowed from top to bottom and spread out to all corners. Futian was able to feel the immense pressure bearing down on him by simply standing at the edge of its vicinity. It was especially so when the golden sheen passed by his body. It felt as if magnificent energies were wandering about him. The law power zone consisted of ruins bearing powers of 6 elements, except for metal element. It was thought that metal element worked in synchronization with the tower, allowing one to develop comprehension of metal elemental will and temper one's body just by being around it. The base of the tower was open all day long. Every single door felt as if it were a cavern. A figure was seen standing right before Futian, who smiled as Futian walked in the tower's direction. "Brother Qi Jie," Futian called. "You are quite something yourself, little brother. You'll be famous here soon enough," Qi Jie said with a smile, thinking that Futian was indeed the champion of the law battles, bullying his seniors as soon as he made himself comfortable with the place and all. He used to hear that newbies were the ones being bullied. I'm afraid the correct word would be notorious instead. Futian shrugged, not caring whether he was famous or notorious. He was new to the palace and his plane was low. He joked around and used tricks to save himself from trouble. While many were dissatisfied as to how he behaved in his first ever battle inside the palace, there was hardly anyone who bothered trying to understand what he was going through. Having a noble at the top of her plane out for his head, and then being surrounded by a group of middle-grade nobles was no pleasant experience. He did not find it feasible to just protest the indignation he suffered and fight his way out to show how noble he was as a person. If he had lost that very first battle, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Despite having won his battle in the palace, he was humiliated all the same. His title as the champion was thought to be a joke of some kind. If whacking each and every one of those who bullied him had been a doable solution, he would not have bothered saying much to them. What mattered most to him at the moment was that he train and improve his powers. Reputation was hardly a concern in comparison. During his travels on the Holy Road and the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, he had endured all sorts of humiliation. However, no one was able to say or do anything once he came out on top. If there were to be a day where he ranked first on the law rank and gained entry to the Sage Palace, there would be no place for anyone to doubt his abilities. Your reputation will improve when you are able to beat all of them. Qi Jie smiled and added, "Oh right, that girl back then was Xiang Zhiqin, a student of Sage Daozang. She has a high status, a princess of the Xiang kingdom who emerged from State Road. Isn't she pretty?" Futian frowned at Qi Jie. "Is this guy really a monk? Poison coated with sugar, I'd say." "I have no care for external beauty anyway," Futian said plainly. While Xiang Zhiqin was indeed a beauty, he found her domineering personality repulsive. "You will be good friends with the Buddha, little brother," Qi Jie said with a smile. "So what are you doing here, senior?" Futian stepped into the tower. Intense and terrifying pressure was felt welling up from below. Futian lifted his head to look at the top side of the tower while he was inside. There were 18 floors, and alcoves were found at the edge of every single floor. Many were seen sitting inside to train. The ones who are here most often are the people from the Battle Sage Palace, as this tower allows them to temper their physical bodies to further their martial arts, while at the same time train to develop their spiritual energies. There are 18 floors to the tower. How about you try and see how many floors you can go up? Qi Jie elaborated. "Will do." Futian nodded. Yu Sheng, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan were all training on the floors above. "Is the pressure at the top floor the strongest?" he asked. "Indeed. You'll understand once you've experienced it yourself." Students of the Battle Sage Palace are all required to make it to the 18th floor before their teachers impart arts of the highest level for tempering their bodies, Qi Jie explained. Understood, Brother Qi Jie. I'll go train now. Yi Futian went straight for the first floor and found an empty spot. He sat down and within mere moments, golden sheens slithered about his body. He came to feel as if he was shouldering a tower and felt overwhelmed. The golden sheen seemed to pack fearsome penetration powers, hitting his body and making him feel as if he was being beaten up. The tremendous pressure permeated every inch of his body, making him feel as if he was being squeezed all over. I didn't expect the pressure of the very first floor to be this strong, Yi Futian murmured to himself. After experiencing the pressure for some time, he went to the second floor, then the third, fourth, and so on. When he reached the seventh floor, he was able to feel terrifying forces bearing not just on his body, but also his mind. That feeling was indescribable. It was as if his very soul was being pressed down upon. Endless lights poured down, tearing away at both his body and soul. Within brief moments, Yi Futian felt as if he was riddled in holes, his muscles torn all over, and his bones shattered completely. He was able to endure the pain for 1 hour before he had to leave the seventh floor. His body felt as if it no longer belonged to him, as if his will was forcefully torn away from his body. I can't believe Yu Sheng actually made it to the 9th floor. Yi Futian looked up and saw both Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan at the 8th floor, but they had been training there for some time which Yi Futian had been spending in that world of ice. After taking some rest, Yi Futian felt that his body was ready again. He then went up to the 7th floor, acclimatizing himself to the pressure. He felt as if something was calling out to him from within, yet at other times, shimmering lights permeating his body from top to bottom. It was like he was shouldering a tower. If one's body was weak, one could not withstand such pressure, and the same could be said if one's will was weak as well. After some time, a figure approached Yi Futian and said plainly, "Are you that champion who beat Yan Xian with one whack with the staff?" Just luck, and mostly thanks to the power of the ritual implement. Hardly worth mentioning. Yi Futian opened his eyes. The one before him was dumbfounded. It was rumored that Yi Futian was a vile creature, yet he behaved completely otherwise instead. Before the figure was able to say anything further, Yi Futian added, "I admit defeat." The figure stared at him stunned, before shaking their head and leaving with a smile. This is boring indeed. Throughout the days Yi Futian spent training in the tower, there were several people who came looking for him. He replied to them the same way he did the first person he spoke to in the tower. Yi Futian was no longer seen in the tower after a while, as he went to the law power zone. It was as he expected. The reputation of the champion was not good within the palace. Contrary to his reputation, however, his rank on the law rank rose instead. He was then ranked 97th, right behind Yun Feng. Daozang Palace, the Holy Ji Palace. Many students came before the majestic ancient temple. The proud students of the Daozang Palace all stopped training and returned to the palace itself. Sage Daozang personally lecturing that day to answer questions of the ones studying in the Daozang Palace and to impart ways to train. It was a rare opportunity, something that only happens several times a year. It was only natural for the students of Daozang Palace to cherish such rare events. Furthermore, Sage Daozang was the one to give the most number of lectures out of all the lords from the 6 palaces and pavilions, and the students of Daozang Palace were also the most numerous. Hundreds flocked to the majestic ancient temple, and things looked marvelous. There were also students from other pavilions and palaces to join the lecture. Daozang Palace did not mind their presence, as all members of the Holy Ji Palace were welcomed. There were 2 figures seated on their cushions silently. The 2 came earlier and as such, were able to sit at the fore. Most looked at them with eyes of adoration. Those 2 were none other than the new students of the Daozang Palace, Hua Jieyu and Phoenix. Both figures shared 2 things in common, both were hard-working in their training and both looked stunning. While Daozang Palace had always been known for their number of beauties, there were not many. There were 4 top-class beauties among the ones personally taught by the palace lord. Other than the 2 newbies, there were also Yun Shuisheng and Xiang Zhiqin. Of the 4, Hua Jieyu was most deemed the most perfect, for behaving like a fairy and seeming to embody all that was beautiful about the world. Phoenix exuded extraordinary elegance as if she was not of this world, clean and free from all that was unsightly about the world. Yun Shuisheng was the cool beauty of the palace, and also one deemed to be worshipped. Xiang Zhiqin was beautiful and elegant, with looks on par with the other 3. Most deemed the 4 to be the most beautiful sight the Daozang Palace had to offer. As such, it was a tremendously beautiful thing for all 4 of them to be present at one place. There was also one spot flocked to by many. A figure was seen sitting there and painting earnestly, a figure named Yun Feng. He drew very slowly and spared glances at the 2 figures in front of him occasionally. Many surrounded him and watched the 2 he was drawing come to life on paper. He was only drawing their faces from the side, but it proved more than enough to tug the heartstrings of many. The painting seems to be imbued with the natural prowess of the gods, and it looks like a dream. Yun Feng's mastery of the arts is indeed impeccable, and he will become yet another famous painter one day. Yun Sheng, rumor has it that you already have Sister Yun and Sister Xiang in your paintings. Are you adding the painting of Hua Jieyu and Phoenix to your collection as well? Someone asked with a smile from the side. They are both angels in the mortal world. If I would have them both in painting, they would become even more perfect, free from all forms of dirt from the mortal world, Yun Feng answered with a smile. He put his brush down and looked at his work, finding it satisfactory. Is that dirt you mentioned referring to Yi Futian? Someone else asked. Yun Feng stayed silent but seemed to have admitted to it nonetheless. Someone cast their gaze to the side. Yun Shuisheng was seen there as well, looking pure and stunning. They found it hard to believe that such a woman had been defiled by Yi Futian. They came to know what Hua Jieyu looked like, and that she was indeed one of the top beauties in Daozang Palace. They were unable to believe Yi Futian would defile Sister Yun despite having one such girlfriend himself. It was only natural that students of Daozang Palace had a very low opinion of him. That guy is simply lower than trash. How can he do such a thing to Sister Yun? How could he when he has a girlfriend like Hua Jieyu? Hua Jieyu was seen standing up slowly at that very moment, before turning around and walking in Yun Feng's direction. Her eyes fell onto the painting, and she asked, "Do you mind destroying it?" "How could I possibly destroy such a masterpiece?" Yun Feng answered. Hua Jieyu spared a glance at him and added, "Allow me, then." She fixed her gaze on the painting. Flames jumped on the paper in mere moments, burning it to nothing. Many turned to look at Hua Jieyu. She really gives respect to no one, indeed. Yun Feng was still considered famous in Daozang Palace, and his seniors were good friends with Sage Daozang himself. "Do you really have to go this far? Even if you destroy it, what makes you think I wouldn't just paint another one?" Yun Feng asked Hua Jieyu with a smile. "I'll destroy however many you paint." Hua Jieyu looked at Yun Feng, yet her smiling eyes carried a tinge of coldness. It was obvious that she minded his actions a lot, and it displeased her immensely. Yun Feng looked at Hua Jieyu and recalled a young man he saw on the low rank. "Is it because of Yi Futian? Do you really have to, little sister?" Xiang Zhiqin walked in their direction and turned her eyes to Hua Jieyu. While that person has immense talent, he has little to offer in the way of propriety. He is little more than a despicable mongrel, and definitely not one to be bothered with. That has nothing to do with you. Hua Jieyu turned to look at Xiang Zhiqin, and her expression turned fierce and unwavering. Throughout the days she spent training in Daozang Palace in solace, she heard many bad things about Yi Futian. While gossip was indeed a fearful thing, one had no control over what others talked about. However, she was not about to tolerate others doing the same right in front of her, whoever they may have been. Sparks flew between the two as they locked their eyes at each other in such a sacred place. Chapter 592, everyone at the Daozang Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozang Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Everyone at the Daozang Palace wore tense expressions on their faces. Two beauties of the Daozang Palace were actually at odds with each other over what Yi Futian had said. Many were actually a little envious of Yi Futian, who had ranked first in the law battle and had garnered a bad reputation for himself. It made people somewhat jealous to see how protective Hua Jieyu was over him. But Yi Futian had also been that beast who had insulted older sister Yun. Younger sister, Zhiqin only meant you well. Why act this way? Yun Feng piped up from the side, breaking the tension between the two. Xiang Zhiqin smiled snidely. Since Hua Jieyu liked Yi Futian, there was nothing she could do about it anyway. I just feel sorry for you, younger sister, Xiang Zhiqin spoke calmly. Insulting older sister Yun, launching a sneak attack during someone else's challenge. With such behavior, it's better that you take note of it in future, younger sister. Hua Jieyu looked at Xiang Zhiqin. There had been much discussion over Yi Futian in the Daozang Palace. Having paid attention to what was being said about him, Hua Jieyu was not surprised by what Xiang Zhiqin had just said. Hua Jieyu walked over to Yun Shuisheng. Looking down at her, she spoke, older sister Yun, I don't know what caused the misunderstanding between the two of you, but I hope you can understand how he might feel being hunted down by a senior of your cultivations and plane. If he has done anything to offend you, I apologize on his behalf and ask for your forgiveness. But I assure you, he is definitely not what you think he is, older sister. Yun Shuisheng looked up at the startlingly beautiful face. She had been training in seclusion at the cold pond all this while and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was only after returning to the Daozang Palace that she learned that the man who had belittled her was actually the top disciple amongst those who had just entered the palace. Furthermore, she was shocked upon hearing that Hua Jieyu was his girlfriend, and it hit her that the events of that day might have indeed been a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, it was insulting to have been embraced by a man like that. That was why she had persistently pursued Yi Futian the other day. Thinking about that incident made feelings of indignation rise in her. But as Yi Futian was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, after all, there was nothing she could really do to him anyway. Besides, Hua Jieyu was a junior of hers, too. As such, Yun Shuisheng replied, if he can make a public apology to clear the air, I'll let this incident go. Thank you, older sister. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yun Shuisheng before her gaze turned once again to Xiang Zhiqin. As for those supposed challenges, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing characters in their own right. If a group of people of a high plane was to surround a grade 9 noble who had just entered the palace, demand that he entertains their challenges and smear doubt over the integrity of his conduct, then I think those people should reflect on their own behavior first. That's enough, a calm voice rang out. The owner of the voice sat quietly on a praying mat before them. He was clothed in white robes that billowed onto the floor, with a guqin in front of him. Just the outline of his figure alone belied an incredible aura that was like none other. You're new to the palace, younger sister, so perhaps you're not too aware of the culture here, the man said. He turned to the side and said, just as you've said, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are all amazing in their own right. That's why it isn't that much of a humiliation to lose in a normal challenge due to being of a lower plane. One can always train and participate in a rematch. In a way, this is how disciples of the palace motivate each other to train harder. Everyone who has entered the palace, even those at the top of the ranks, have all been met with similar setbacks before. Yi Futian's actions are understandable, but as the top disciple amongst the newcomers and as one whose name entered the law rank upon entering the palace, he's seen as someone special. As such, people will naturally be more critical towards whatever he does. Zhiqin was speaking out of good intentions. The man's voice was gentle, and there seemed to be a mystical quality to it that made his words especially convincing. As for Zhiqin, he continued, some of the things she said were indeed out of line. Let's not pursue this matter any further. Many of the Daozang Palace disciples were gazing at the figure. His face was turned to the side as he continued staring ahead. Since Senior has spoken, I will speak no further, Xiang Zhiqin responded. Hua Jieyu threw a glance. She was still somewhat unhappy, but she did not put up any further resistance and returned to her own seat. There was nothing she could do to change the thoughts of others, but time would reveal all. Older brother Lian really is outstanding, people commented as they looked over at the man who had spoken. That man was Lian Yuqing, a musical sorcerer who was the successor that would inherit the Guqin techniques. He was the strongest among the nobles in the Daozang Palace and was ranked 5th in the law rank. Both Lian Yuqing and Yun Shuisheng were two of the strongest nobles in the Daozang Palace. Many people knew that Lian Yuqing's goal was to catch up with Bai Luli, who was 10th in the Baron Sky ranking. As much as the law rank was nicknamed the Mini Baron Sky ranking, in reality, there was still a huge gap in the abilities of those in the different rankings. Suddenly, several people could be seen walking towards everyone from afar. Instantly, the disciples got up in a flurry and bowed. The man at the head of the party was Sage Daozang himself. He was the sole reason why hundreds of disciples had gathered here. They were all here to learn from him. Sage Daozang's knowledge was vast, and of the 6 palace lords, he was the most well-rounded. As such, many cultivators of different professions were willing to learn from him. These included people like musical sorcerers and painters, among many others. Under the guidance of Sage Daozang, they could ask him questions they had during the cultivation process and seek clarity through his answers. Completely unaware of the conflict happening within the Daozang Palace, Yi Futian was still intent on training in the law power zone of the Holy Ji Palace. A canyon lay along the southern area of the law power zone. The canyon brimmed with a frightening dark gray energy, which turned out to be a hurricane that tore apart everything within range. This area was an incredibly barren one, and it seemed as if the vast raging hurricane was in the canyon. At this very moment, a person sat cross-legged in the midst of the hurricane, allowing the roaring winds to slice across his body, tearing his top and slashing through his flesh like unforgivingly sharp blades. His body was riddled with thread-thin, bloody cuts left by the winds, and traces of wounds that had been healed over could be seen as well. Yi Futian had truly experienced the savage violence of the hurricane within this area. Wind intent at its mightiest manifested in a powerful attacking force that was like a blade, stabbing at every part of Yi Futian it could reach and harboring an intense energy that tore apart everything in its way. After a long while, Yi Futian stood up and began walking deeper into the canyon. A month later, Yi Futian appeared within the earth area that was located in the eastern part of the law power zone. 3 months after that, he set foot into the destructive lightning area, which was also in the same eastern part of the zone. Time flew by in a haze. Spring changed into summer, then into autumn, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of autumn already. The fire area was a world consumed by flames, emanating frightening destructive energy. Waves of fire currents surged towards Yi Futian and seeped into his body. The flames of this area were incredibly powerful, and the fire currents that had entered Yi Futian's body felt as though they were about to consume everything in their path. Where Yi Futian stood, all was barren and lifeless, having been destroyed by the flames. But one occasionally saw a few cultivators who had come here to train as well. This place looks like a mountain range that has been burned to ashes, Yi Futian thought to himself as he walked towards the center of the fire area. Fire currents that were even more powerful than before came rushing towards him, invading his body and even worming into Yi Futian's mind in an attempt to burn away his will. A rustling sound came from within Yi Futian's life palace. Jade green light flowed along the surface of his body, swallowing up the fire currents that passed through his body bit by bit. Within his life palace, these flame currents shot straight for the world tree life spirit and attached themselves to it in an aggressive attempt to incinerate the life spirit. Come! Just then, a mystical voice rang out inside Yi Futian's head. There seemed to be a special magical quality to the voice as it summoned him. What's that sound? Yi Futian's expression changed. He continued walking, stepping through the sea of flames. A mountain lay ahead, and it seemed like the voice was coming from there. "Come over here," that same mystical voice rang out again, guiding him forward. Yi Futian gradually neared the mountain, and the power of the flames grew stronger as well. "Don't go any further if you value your life," someone warned from afar, opening their eyes to shoot Yi Futian a calm glance. Yi Futian stopped and turned to look at them, but at that moment a loud bang was heard, and the mountain seemed to have been blown apart. Yi Futian turned his gaze back to see a gigantic divine fire bird before him. That divine fire bird had 3 feet and was as dazzling as the sun itself. It was a divine bird of the sun, the 3-legged golden raven. A streak of fire current energy shot viciously towards Yi Futian. He retreated in a flash, only to feel several 3-legged golden raven shadows rush into his mind in a bid to incinerate him. Using the holy will, Yi Futian kept his will intact and retreated far away before he looked forward again. The mountain was actually a massive matrix, and it was glowing blindingly bright now. The 3-legged golden raven charged again with a roar, but it was sealed by the matrix and could not go any further. It's no wonder that these flames are so wild, given that they were generated because of this 3-legged golden raven. It would be good if I could consume a demonic beast of this level in future, Yi Futian thought to himself. It seemed like he had gotten into some sort of bad habit at the cottage. Yi Futian then thanked the person who had spoken for the reminder. The person did not reply, closing his eyes to continue training. Yi Futian was not bothered by this, and he trained here for a period of time before leaving the place. When Yi Futian returned to the sky-reaching tower once more, Yu Xing had already entered the 10th level of the tower already. Yi Futian directly entered the 9th level and endured the incredibly mighty pressure present there. As of now, he had already broken through to a higher plane in terms of sorcery and was nearing the threshold of the next plane in terms of martial arts. After 7 days in the 9th level of the sky-reaching tower, a cracking sound came from Yi Futian's body. A roar emanated from within his body and something seemed to shift about him. Around Yi Futian, an even more powerful streak of martial will glowed. At this moment, Yi Futian had progressed into the 8th grade of the noble plane in terms of martial arts and sorcery. He took in a deep breath before he walked down the tower and exited. Now that Yi Futian had made a breakthrough in his cultivation and had become a grade 8 noble, he could afford to take a 2-day break. He was going to head to the Daozang Palace to see how Jieyu was doing with her own training. Cultivation really is time-consuming, so much time has actually passed. Yi Futian smiled wryly. As one transcended into the higher planes, it took longer to grow one's abilities and break into the next plane. On the way there, many people recognized Yi Futian and looked at him with some interest. This was the newbie who entered the Holy Ji Palace after emerging as the top disciple from the law battle and had immediately raised a furor, attracting a terrible reputation for himself. He had disappeared for months after that, though it was unknown whether or not that was an intentional move to escape the rumors. And now Yi Futian was back. According to rumors, his girlfriend Hua Jieyu had gotten into a conflict with many people at the Daozang Palace, and it was all because of him. Chapter 593, Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozang Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozang as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Hundreds of disciples gathered at the sacred ancient temple within the Daozang Palace. Sitting on praying mats, they listened quietly to Sage Daozang as he explained the ways of cultivation. Occasionally, someone would raise a question they had. Today was coincidentally the day that Sage Daozang gave a lecture. This was the 2nd time this year he was doing it. By now, it was the end of autumn, and there was only 1 season left before the year ended. As such, it was imperative that one made good use of the remaining time to train as much as they could. At the Holy Ji Palace, it was possible that someone could make a sudden debut at the end of the year and bring about great changes to the low rank. However, it seemed unlikely that anyone within this most recent batch of disciples would stir up that sort of excitement. Yi Futian was the only new disciple whose name had been entered into the law rank, and he was only 97th place within the rankings. After that, he had disappeared completely, gone off somewhere unknown to train his abilities. Yi Futian climbed the stairs to get to the temple, keeping his footsteps light so as to not disrupt the sage's lecture. He threw the crowd a glance, and scanning through the hundreds of disciples present, his gaze landed on Hua Jieyu, who sat at the front. It seemed that she had been one of the earliest to come to the temple, in order to snag a front-row seat. She was training hard indeed. The speakers who lectured at the Holy Ji Palace were not too bothered about disciples from other palaces coming to listen. They were generous in that they did not restrict access to the knowledge they were imparting. Yi Futian sat quietly at the back, preparing to listen quietly for a while. Though Yi Futian had been a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace for quite some time by now, he had been busy with training all this while. He was a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace, but other than the time he set foot there on his first day at the Holy Ji Palace, he had not gone back since then. Yi Futian felt a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to see that teacher of his yet, but it was good that he had come to listen to Sage Daozong give a lecture now. When cultivating, most people seek out high-level techniques and powerful spells, but they often neglect the most basic training. Sage Daozong's voice rang across the room as Yi Futian sat there, listening intently. Sage Daozong continued speaking, his voice calm. Many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are incredible characters in their own right. Most are ambitious, and thus intend to learn such techniques and spells. I surmise that there are some who resent me for not imparting powerful techniques and spells. And yet, he continued, the question cultivators usually neglect is, how do two cultivators of the same plane differ so much in ability? For example, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace will always be stronger than ordinary people in the outside world, but those in the law rank completely outshine ordinary disciples of the palace. Is this really a matter of how powerful the techniques and spells one knows is? Many disciples of the palace are incredible in their own right. They definitely have no problems in technique training. The sage carried on, when we started training in our youth, perhaps our seniors had us focus more on basics, like the ability to perceive spiritual chi and our elemental spiritual chi abilities. As time passes, we forget about these things. Yet even at the noble plane, what is required from us is no different from when we were at the start. Even at the same plane, different people can use the same spell to different effect. Why is this so? Someone answered him, some people have stronger spiritual will than others, so there will naturally be a difference in the power of the spell cast. That's right. The sage nodded slightly. It's the same even at the noble plane. What decides the strength of the spell is ultimately still your basics, like how much worldly spiritual chi you can activate to resonate with you and combine into a spell. And all this originates from your own mastery over spiritual energy still. A mark of being at the noble plane is possessing noble will. Spells are but spiritual will. For martial arts cultivators, it's martial will. This all sounds a little abstract. I prefer to imagine them as domains. The cultivations of a sorcerer lie within the domain of spiritual energy. The form in which your spiritual energy manifests to negotiate the worldly spiritual chi of this domain determines the strength and speed of your spell. The effects of even the simplest spell can be maximized in the hands of someone powerful enough to exercise it effectively within the domain of spiritual energy, Sage Daozong declared, and at his words, frightening energy manifested in the room. In the next moment, everyone was transported into an illusion. The world was now consumed by flames. Currents of air flowed through the space, and terrifying fireballs appeared in the sky, descending towards the earth like suns. Many people looked to the sky in shock. They felt as though their bodies were about to be burnt up. Then, the suns disappeared in midair, and everything returned to normal. Was that a fireball spell? Someone asked weakly. Yes. It was a beginner fire elemental spell, the lowest level fireball spell there is, Sage Daozong replied, nodding. Even when it comes to the same fire element, everyone has a different perception of fire intent, which determines the power of their spell. So, When it comes to training, before you stubbornly focus your attention on powerful techniques and spells, find a way to build up your spiritual energy domain to the best it can be. Then you'll be able to activate stronger worldly spiritual chi for your own use during battle. That's all there is to martial arts. Many people were listening intently to Sage Daozang's words and taking them to heart. Yi Futian nodded at his words. Though the sage was talking about very simple concepts, but normally, not everyone took these concepts seriously. Now that Sage Daozang had pointed these concepts out again, these people would begin to pay them more attention in the future. Back then at the cottage, his teacher had made him learn various kinds of spells and know them by heart. In a way, it was to achieve the same purpose. After you've passed this level, move on to the next one, the sage advised. Use your own perception in the different domains of spiritual will to transcend into yet another domain and attain the power generated from a new spiritual energy domain. Then, use that power to modify spells and even create stronger spells. Some top-notch spells and martial arts techniques are created from the combination of various elemental abilities, and the results are powerful. Of course, this would require cultivators of a high caliber to achieve, and this is what separates the prodigies from mere geniuses. However, there are more people out there who like things ready-made, like you all. It would be nice to just take something as it is to learn, right? Many people laughed at Sage Daozang's words. Indeed, this was what the majority of the crowd was thinking, even the geniuses and the prodigies themselves. Alright, we'll stop here for today, Sage Daozang concluded and stood up, looking at the audience before him. Without question, he saw Yi Futian. With the sage's plane, he had been alerted to Yi Futian's presence when he arrived. With a soft chuckle, Sage Daozang turned to leave. The many disciples in the audience stood up as well. Some were discussing the lecture, internalizing what they had just learned. Every time Sage Daozang gave a lecture, it was always a fruitful learning experience, with many things to become aware of. Jieyu, Yi Futian called out to her mentally. Hua Jieyu was taken aback, before she stood up to look behind her. Upon seeing Yi Futian, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, dazzling those around her. They then saw Hua Jieyu walking quickly and lightly in that direction, pretty as a young fairy. Many eyes followed her as she walked forward, before they realized that Yi Futian was there. Some people recognized Yi Futian, and their expressions darkened. How dare Yi Futian step into the Daozang Palace? Yun Shuisheng was here, and even though Hua Jieyu had spoken up for Yi Futian the other day, he hadn't actually apologized to Yun Shuisheng yet. Why are you here at the Daozang Palace? Hua Jieyu walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Yi Futian took her dainty hand in his and whispered, I missed you. Me too, Hua Jieyu whispered back just as quietly. However, those who were intentionally eavesdropping heard their exchange. They thought about the rumors that surrounded Yi Futian, and their hearts ached even further. Yi Futian had behaved inappropriately towards older sister Yun, and now he even had the cheek to enter the Holy Ji Palace and hold Hua Jieyu's hand, acting all intimate. Oh yeah, about what you did to older sister Yun back then, do you want to apologize to her? She said she wouldn't pursue this matter any further, Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian, remembering the previous incident. Yun Shuisheng, who was in the crowd, turned to look at Yi Futian as well. The people in between them then quickly dispersed, allowing Yun Shuisheng and Yi Futian to look directly at each other. She should be the one apologizing to me, Yi Futian said grumpily, recalling the memory of that incident. Looking at how intimate Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were, Yun Shuisheng understood that everything that had happened that day had been a misunderstanding. As such, if Yi Futian was willing to personally clarify his side of the story and apologize to her, then she would have been ready to just let it go. But witnessing Yi Futian's remorseless expression and words made her eyes darken again at how much of an asshole he was. Yi Futian had interrupted Yun Shuisheng training and forcibly taken her away, and now she was to apologize to him? What an arrogant guy, many people thought to themselves. A chill settled upon the space, and Hua Jieyu moved to block Yi Futian from Yun Shuisheng. Older sister Yun, let me persuade him. Hua Jieyu's pretty gaze flicked over to Yi Futian, wondering just what he was doing. She was annoyed that he couldn't just give in for once. Older sister Yun was a pretty girl, after all, it couldn't hurt to give in to her. Don't you like pretty girls? Why can't you just give in this time? Hua Jieyu asked Yi Futian mentally, staring at him. Yi Futian was surprised. Upon seeing the angst in Hua Jieyu's eyes, he understood that Hua Jieyu was only acting in his best interests. Fine, he thought, but only because you asked. I warned you in the past, and yet I got insulted by you. Now you can see it for yourself. Whatever happens between the two of you is none of my business indeed. But the Daozang Palace cannot just ignore what happened to older sister Yun, a voice rang out from beside them. It was Xiang Zhiqin, who was staring coldly at Yi Futian as she spoke. We let you off the last time for insulting older sister Yun. Now that you've entered the Daozang Palace, you should apologize to her. And I've said this before as well, what does this have to do with you? Hua Jieyu shot Xiang Zhiqin a cold stare. Xiang Zhiqin looked at Hua Jieyu once again. It was also after one of Sage Daozang's lectures that she had spoken out of good intentions, only to be insulted by Hua Jieyu. Even older brother Lian Yuqing had stepped in personally, which prompted her to leave things be and not say anything more. Now, it had happened again. On the account of you having just entered the palace and being my junior, I didn't argue further with you last time. Now, I'm pointing out how he has insulted older sister Yun. Who are you to say anything about this? Xiang Zhiqin stared at Hua Jieyu. Months had passed since the last incident, but now, two beautiful women stood before the sacred ancient temple once again, facing each other in a standoff. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and his eyes were cold. Hua Jieyu apparently had to endure bullying within the Daozang Palace. Chapter 594, Xiang Zhiqin mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Zhiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jieyu was at an obvious disadvantage. Xiang Zhiqin mentioned having let Jieyu off the previous time. Evidently, this was not the first time this sort of thing had happened. Xiang Zhiqin was a grade 5 noble. Against her, Jieyu was at an obvious disadvantage. It looked like there really was a tradition of newcomers being hazed at the Holy Ji Palace. May I ask what your relation to Yun Shuisheng is? Walking to Hua Jieyu's side and taking her hand, Yi Futian looked over to Xiang Zhiqin and asked. Xiang Zhiqin shot Yi Futian a glance. She's my senior. Oh, Yi Futian nodded, Jieyu is my girlfriend. If you, a mere junior, can meddle with what happened between me and Yun Shuisheng, then why can't Jieyu speak up for me? Are you an idiot? Yi Futian shot at Xiang Zhiqin. Everyone's stares hardened. Yi Futian's words seemed to make some sense. However, in the world of cultivation, it was only one thing to make sense. If Hua Jieyu's plane was higher than Xiang Zhiqin's, then she could have said anything she wanted to, and Xiang Zhiqin would not have dared to do anything about it. However, the situation was that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were the weaker ones in this equation. Of course she can, Xiang Zhiqin sneered. If she even wants to battle on your behalf today, that's fine too. So, in the end, you're just lording your seniority over us. Yi Futian chuckled. Well then, let's settle things one by one. As he spoke, he walked towards Yun Shuisheng. The people who had gathered close by dispersed, watching Yi Futian. They were wondering what he was going to do. News of how he had insulted Yun Shuisheng had spread through the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian approached Yun Shuisheng, and her cool gaze flickered towards him before he said, let me resolve what happened between the two of us. The misunderstanding from before was my fault from the start. I take responsibility for it. But it was a genuine mistake on my part as well. If you think I did it intentionally, then there isn't much point to an apology. You can do as you like, then. Yun Shuisheng looked into Yi Futian's eyes. His gaze was clear and devoid of any frivolity. His expression made it easy for one to believe his words. I believe you, Yun Shuisheng replied. That would make things easier, Yi Futian said. When you woke up, I told you it was a misunderstanding and tried to explain. If you had let me do so then, there would have been no problem. Instead, you attacked me immediately without even hearing me out and even said you were going to kill me. Who would have been able to stand that? Furthermore, you chased me all the way to the sky-reaching tower and even wanted to take me away. Many people tried to make me stay then, but how could I be blamed for acting in self-defense? How would I dare to leave with you under that sort of situation? Yun Shuisheng did not say anything in response. I understand where you are coming from, Yi Futian continued, but I hope you can do the same for me, too. Whether or not what happened at the cold lake was a misunderstanding, it was my fault. I apologize for what I said at the sky-reaching tower as well, it was uncalled for. It isn't that I am scared of you, I just don't see the need to continuously harp on such a trivial matter, to the point where it even implicates my significant other. You are free to do whatever you want when it comes to me in the future. I'll accept it. But this is purely between the two of us, it has nothing to do with Jieyu, nor does it have anything to do with the Daozang Palace. After speaking his mind, Yi Futian then turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Yun Shuisheng spoke up as well, let's put this matter to rest then. Yi Futian stopped at her words and smiled. Then he continued walking forward and approached Xiang Zhiqin. Now that things between me and Yun Shuisheng have been cleared up, it's time to settle things between us. You've meddled in our affairs twice by this point, once at the sky-reaching tower, and right now at the Daozang Palace. You're even going as far as to bully my girlfriend. Tell me, how should we settle this? Older sister Yun may have forgiven you, but you're still a despicable man. Sneaking up on Wang Yu, insulting older sister Yun. You're in the law rank, yet you choose to lose by default in order to avoid battles. You seem to not know what shame is. Xiang Zhiqin glared at Yi Futian. She had been taken aback by his question. How did he intend to settle this then? I entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, not to play these silly games with all of you and participate in meaningless challenges. Furthermore, you do things like issuing challenges to those of a lower plane than you and then forcing them to accept it, or imposing your own views on other people. Then you even crow about it like it's something to be proud of. Maybe it's because you've been spoilt rotten as the princess of the Xiang kingdom, that's why you like to force your self-centered beliefs onto others and believe this is something that is natural and acceptable. Yi Futian shot Xiang Zhiqin a cold glance, and said, didn't anyone ever tell you that you were being a bitch? Upon Yi Futian's words, everyone froze and stared at them. If what Yi Futian had said to Yun Shuisheng earlier had carried hints of an insult, then this was full-out humiliation. Yi Futian had entered the Daozang Palace and humiliated Xiang Zhiqin in front of everyone. Xiang Zhiqin's expression changed in an instant. She was at a loss at what had just happened. This was the first time anyone had dared to describe her in such insulting terms. The immense pressure of a grade 5 noble began to spread across the space. Xiang Zhiqin's long hair fluttered in the wind, and the elegance of her demeanor was undercut by a cold rage. Everyone present could sense that Xiang Zhiqin had been genuinely angered by Yi Futian's words. At this moment, a man in white robes strode into view. People gave way to him and stared at the figure walking towards Yi Futian and Xiang Zhiqin. It was Lian Yuqing, a disciple of the Daozang Palace, and fifth in the law rank. Lian Yuqing had a guqin in his hands and was charming in his long white robes that went all the way to the floor. Looking at Yi Futian, he spoke, they say you shouldn't believe everything that you hear. I've heard rumors in the Daozang Palace that the disciple who placed first in the law battle this year was a despicable and shameless person. I always thought that might be an exaggeration, and seeing you come here to the Daozang Palace to apologize to Yun Shuisheng and put this matter to rest made me believe in my own judgment even more. Since you placed first in the law battle, perhaps you might have some flaws, but not to the extent that it is unacceptable. But now I've realized that I may have been wrong in my judgment this time. Using such a term to insult a peer, and a lady at that, I'm extremely disappointed in you, Lien Yuqing continued. He had entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago. In his year, he had placed third in the law battle, and the two people above him were now first and second in the law rank. They were all top-notch individuals. Those who had come on top in the law battle 3 years back were now incredibly well known in the Holy Ji Palace as well, and Yi Futian was the top disciple in this year's law battle. According to precedents, Yi Futian was set to have illustrious achievements and enter the law rank sooner or later. However, his behavior really was quite unacceptable. Yi Futian looked over at Lien Yuqing. With a guqin in his hands, he really was a charming-looking man. Judging by the other disciples' attitude towards Lien Yuqing, though Yi Futian had no idea who he was, he surmised that he probably was held in high regard at the Daozang Palace. However, what did all that have anything to do with him? Am I supposed to care whether or not you're disappointed? Yi Futian shot Lien Yuqing a cold glance. Anyone could stand at a distance and take the moral high ground over something that wasn't their business. Ever since Yi Futian entered the Holy Ji Palace, he had never spoken kindly to anyone. The disciples of the palace were all talents hailed by the people, and all of them were exceedingly arrogant as well. He had wanted to train in peace, but all sorts of troublesome things kept happening to him. Outside the sky-reaching tower, Xiang Zhiqin had ordered people to surround Yi Futian and forced him to choose one of them to challenge. If he lost the battle, then he would not be allowed to leave easily. If Yi Futian had not defeated his opponent that day, who knew what sort of humiliation he would have been forced to face? Today at the Daozang Palace, Yi Futian had only planned to come see Jieyu, quietly listen to Sage Daozang's lecture for a while, then leave with Jieyu. And yet Xiang Zhiqin had jumped on him again. Furthermore, it seemed like he wasn't her only target. Hua Jieyu seemed to have been bullied by her as well, and that Yi Futian could not tolerate. The atmosphere became tense again. No one could believe that Yi Futian had actually dared to talk back to older brother Lien, who was 5th in the law rank. Older brother Lien, in the Daozang Palace, Xiang Zhiqin throws around insults like shameless and despicable on a regular basis when it comes to describing Futian. Even today, in front of everyone, she's talking about him in the exact same way. If she can insult him, why is he not allowed to respond? Hua Jieyu stared at Lien Yuqing, her tone frosty. As a man, and the top disciple to emerge from the law battle, it is only right that he is gracious to others, Lien Yuqing replied, looking at Hua Jieyu. You may be 5th in the law rank, but it appears that there isn't much difference between the character of you and Xiang Zhiqin, Hua Jieyu spoke coldly. Lien Yuqing's gaze flicked back to Hua Jieyu, only to see Yi Futian holding Hua Jieyu's hand. There really was no point in trying to reason with these people. Since you all like to force people to accept these supposed challenges so much and expect graciousness from them, then let me see just how gracious all of you people at the Daozang Palace are. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. I'm Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If anyone wants a challenge, I'll gladly accept. Since everyone was quibbling over graciousness, Yi Futian announced his plane to everyone up front. He was going to see if those of a higher plane would be so shameless as to attack him still. Xiang Zhiqin took a step forward before a voice rang out, Zhiqin. Everyone's gaze snapped over to the person who had spoken. It was Yun Feng, who walked out and said, I don't agree with this person's behavior as well. Since I'm closer to him in terms of ranking, let me take this battle instead. In the law rank, Yun Feng was in the 96th place, while Yi Futian was in the 97th. Previously, Yun Feng had claimed before the law rank that this year's entry battle could be a flop. Evidently, he believed that if he had not entered the palace directly last year and entered the law battle instead, he would have been the most dazzling individual. Younger sister, Lien Yuqing said, Yun Feng is a grade 6 noble, he's perfect for this. Yi Futian has defeated challengers 2 planes above him to become the champion of the law battle, and furthermore, your rankings in the law rank are close to each other. A challenge like this will not be seen as bullying. Xiang Zhiqin nodded slightly in agreement. Her expression was still cold as she turned to glare at Yi Futian. She had never been insulted like that before. Yun Feng walked forward, and the people around him scrambled to make way for him. Yi Futian nodded at Hua Jieyu, and she retreated as well. The two were to battle on this sacred learning ground. Yun Feng was very young, and he was fair and handsome. Smiling at Yi Futian, he announced, "I'm Yun Feng, a grade 6 noble. I am a painter." Upon finishing his words, a dazzling light shone from behind him and instantly, paintings flew out all around him. It was as if millions of paintings were suspended in the air, with each painting containing immense power within. Yi Futian looked at Yun Feng. Yun Feng's life spirit was similar to that of Yi Futian's fourth older brother's million treasure books. It was very interesting. Looking at the various paintings, Yi Futian's expression suddenly changed. One of the scrolls had an image carved into it. It was a painting of Hua Jieyu. Yun Feng. Hua Jieyu's expression changed as well. Currents of energy rolled off her body, and her eyes were cold. "Please don't take offense, younger sister. You burnt my scrolls previously when I was painting, after all. But this has always been the way of my training. I will incorporate everything that is beautiful and good in this world into my paintings. It is not to target you. I hope you can understand," Yun Feng explained. There were all sorts of painting scrolls behind him, containing images of people, demonic monsters, ritual implements, and many more. Hua Jieyu's face was pale, and she looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's expression was equally cold. Suddenly, he rose up into the sky, moving out of the Daozang Palace. Everyone was stunned. Yun Feng followed after him, asking, "What is the meaning of this?" "We'll settle this at the law battle platform," Yi Futian replied coldly. After seeing that painting, he had decided to not battle at the Daozang Palace.
Chapter 595, Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozang Pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Yi Futian soared through the air above the Daozang Pavilion. Yun Feng chased after him. Everyone looked at the two figures, something odd flashing past their eyes. Then they shot into the sky too and went over towards the battle area. Even Yun Shuisheng went forward after a moment of hesitation. He wanted to see too. The big group soared through the sky. Many people cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace were shocked when seeing the sight in the air. Was something big happening? Some unrelated people also joined them, making the camp bigger and bigger. Right now, many people were already gathered at the battle area. Just then, many looked up. They saw a group in the air, charging towards the battle platform. Someone will engage in battle. Everyone's eyes flashed. They stepped toward the battle platform. They wondered who would be fighting that would cause such a commotion. That's Yun Feng. He's 96th on the law rank. He's the descendant of the craftsman. The craftsman is good friends with Sage Daozang. Last year, he sent Yun Feng to cultivate under Sage Daozang. His cultivation isn't exactly high in the Holy Ji Palace, but he's very talented. He has the potential to reach the top of the rank. "Who's in front of him?" someone asked while walking. "Yi Futian, 97th of the law rank. He was number 1 in the entrance battle at the start of the year." Some people's eyes glinted. They looked at the two figures with interest. It would be interesting if two strong cultivators from the rank would fight a law battle. I heard that Yi Futian had a bad reputation after entering the Holy Ji Palace. There are many rumors about him in the Daozang Pavilion. Yun Feng had once drawn a picture of Hua Jieyu, but she burned it. Maybe this angered Yi Futian, so he wants to challenge Yun Feng directly. Everyone discussed this. Soon, many strong cultivators gathered around the battle podium. Yi Futian descended from the air, landing on the podium. Afterward, Yun Feng came down in a beautiful arc. Countless scrolls danced around him. He was extremely brilliant. He floated down and landed on the platform. Various figures flew over and landed around the platform. Just as they'd guessed, the ones who would fight this time were Yun Feng and Yi Futian, 96th and 97th on the lower rank respectively. However, Yun Feng should be a grade 6 noble now. Yi Futian had been a grade 9 noble when he'd first entered the pavilion. The people didn't know if he'd improved, but even if he was grade 8, it was still foolish to challenge Yun Feng. Strong cultivators of the Daozang Pavilion arrived gradually. They appeared around the platform and gazed at the two figures there. The platform was very big. It was enough, even for a noble-level battle. People could fight at any time anywhere in the Holy Ji Palace, other than the 6 pavilions, but people still liked to solve their conflicts on the platforms. It was a tradition. Plus, once people stepped onto the platforms, no one from the Holy Ji Palace could interfere. This meant that they could fight however they wished without hurting or disabling anyone. No one could do anything about it. Stepping onto the battle podium was a voluntary thing. One had to pay for the consequences of their choices. When we first met, you said that you were first in the pavilion battle by luck. Now, it seems that it's not the truth, Yun Feng said coolly while looking at Yi Futian. But it doesn't matter if it's the truth. This battle will prove it. You're 97th on the lower rank after entering the pavilion. I'd like to see just how strong you are. Yi Futian scanned Yun Feng and said, I'm not interested in people's positions on the lower rank. I just know that you'll regret meeting me after this battle. As soon as he finished, a beautiful golden rock appeared. Behind the dazzling wings, rough sounds came from his life palace.
Noble will envelop the entire space as spiritual chi rushed towards him. At the same time, powerful spiritual chi gathered into a golden staff. He grasped it and his wings pumped. Yi Futian rose slowly into the air. A starry world appeared around him. Yun Feng stared at Yi Futian. The Yi Futian who'd been known to be lowly and surrender no matter who challenged him seemed to have changed today. He seemed too arrogant to even know his place. Which was his true side? Everyone would know after this battle. His true self would appear after Yun Feng defeated him. An artist is also called a summoner. My life spirit is a picture. Carving thousands of pictures on my life spirit, observing scrolls, and carving scrolls are how I cultivate. Not everyone can enter my scrolls, Yun Feng said coolly. He was clearly talking about Hua Jieyu. This will be the biggest regret of your life. When Yi Futian finished speaking, he stepped forward. I never regret what I do, Yun Feng stated. He waved his hand and countless scrolls started dancing. At the same time, his eyes turned demonic. An extremely terrifying spiritual wind enveloped the sky. All the spiritual chi in the world rushed crazily into those scrolls. These pictures had already been carved. Spiritual chi entering the pictures was his strongest attack. Instantly, all the scrolls dancing in the air floated towards Yi Futian. He was surrounded by scrolls. The various scrolls devoured spiritual chi wildly, exuding shocking auras. All the scrolls seemed to be controlled by Yun Feng's spiritual mind. When Yi Futian was young, he'd met someone who cultivated in art, Zhou Mu. Yun Feng was clearly stronger than Zhou Mu. His life spirit was a picture. All these scrolls were carved in Yun Feng's life spirit. They were similar to spell scrolls. Yun Feng's attacks were like thousands of spell scrolls. However, he must have put in a lot of effort to carve these picture scrolls. Boom, boom, boom. The scrolls floating around Yi Futian dissipated. Horrible demonic roars sounded. The scrolls actually transformed into various terrifying demons in the air. There were dragons, phoenixes, kirins, xuanwus, rocks, elephants and more. They were like a horrible demon army. Many hearts trembled. This was Yun Feng's first time on the battle platform. He'd been quite well known when he'd entered the pavilion last year, but very few people had seen the craftsman's descend and fight. Now that they witnessed it with their own eyes, they were shaken. No wonder he could enter the law rank as a middle-level noble. Everything in the world could enter the pictures. All spells, demons, and ritual implements could be used by the artist. Artists were also summoners. Every demon that appeared in the air was drawn by Yunfeng. They contained his power and possessed his cultivation plane. It was like an army of mid-level noble super demons. Everyone started mourning inwardly for Yi Futian. It would be difficult to defeat Yunfeng. Various spell scrolls appeared around Yi Futian. Spiritual qi rushed into them, filling them with terrifying power. The light of runes shone and destructive power poured out. This was the Void Scroll skill that he'd learned from Baizhe. At the moment, Yunfeng's spiritual energy enveloped the entire battlefield. His expression was cold. Hovering in the sky, he waved his hand. The demon army in the sky started charging towards Yi Futian. The entire battle platform shook at that moment. Almost at the same time, the spell scrolls burst with thunder spells. Purple gold lightning instantly filled the sky with destructive light, covering all the demons. They struck the demons. The demons shook, but they still charged downward. They'd come out of the picture scrolls and didn't feel any pain. But just then, a golden figure from the starry world shot forward, charging across the sky. Starry light dazzled around the figure. There was also a shocking windstorm. It became one with the stars, possessing power that could rip apart everything. Many people saw the golden figure flying below the demons, going forward with the starry windstorm. The scene was majestic. A huge elephant stepped down, wanting to push Yi Futian down. However, Yi Futian didn't try dodging it. The destructive starry windstorm moved up. The moment the giant foot was about to stomp on him, the horrible windstorm arrived and tore it apart. Yi Futian continued soaring. He struck with the starry staff, splitting the elephant in half. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he streaked out of the space, charging towards Yunfeng. Yunfeng's expression didn't change. He waved a wand and various scrolls continued to fly out. There were ritual implements carved on the scrolls. Instantly, swords whistled through the sky. These swords were like the sharpest ritual implements and they flew orderly towards Yi Futian. Is it controlled by his mind? Yi Futian's expression was cold. Terrifying cold intent descended. The extremely icy intent enveloped the space, making Yunfeng's mind feel bone-numbing coldness. The sharp swords were covered in frost. They slowed down as if they were affected. Boom! The golden rock flew through the sky, passing between the swords. Then another ritual implement created by a scroll arrived. It was a huge and ancient clock. It crashed down, trying to cage Yi Futian in. Yi Futian didn't stop at all, he continued forward. Seeing the huge clock, he struck with his staff again without hesitation. With a loud ring, countless eardrums trembled while the clock was shattered. Such a strong attack. Countless hearts trembled. Seeing Yi Futian continue forward, Yunfeng furrowed his brows. Whooshes sounded. The scrolls behind him flew forward crazily and many heavy mountains appeared. They crushed downward to squash everything. The body that was like a golden rock charged towards a mountain with the staff in front. The horrible windstorm wrapped around the body and he passed right through the mountain. It was destroyed in an instant. The other scrolls also missed their attacks. Yi Futian was getting closer and closer to Yunfeng. Go! Yunfeng waved his hand. Countless scrolls flew out like pages of an ancient book. There were endless rustles as the scrolls blocked Yunfeng. They covered the entire sky. The spells arrived after that. Horrible pressure weighed down, fiery birds shot out, icy rivers swept downward, and meteorites fell down. 3,000 spells were cast at once, destroying the entire space. Boom! Yi Futian disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared before a scroll attack. His staff swept over and destroyed it. The next moment, he appeared elsewhere. He struck with his staff again and a hole appeared in the sky. He moved towards that hole. The starry world grew more terrifying. A sun and moon hung high in the sky. The sun's fire and the moon's water poured down. Riding the meteorite's windstorm, he fought against the wild law power attacks. They were destroyed continuously, but the starry body seemed undefeatable like a god. His every step seemed to have a unique rhythm that shook the sky. The world and heavens were extremely heavy. These days, he'd traveled the 6 law power zones and had cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. This hadn't been a waste of time. All of his elemental powers had strengthened. His will had strengthened too. Many people discovered with a shock that the various law power attacks towards Futian were either burned by the sun's fiery furnace, frozen by the icy will, or buried by the meteorite windstorm. Even if they reached Futian, they would be torn apart by the windstorm around him. The advancing figure gave everyone a strange feeling. It was as if everything was clearing a path for him. Loud booms sounded continuously. Everything kept getting destroyed. An unstoppable might was born around Futian while the attacking scrolls in the sky seemed to become extremely insignificant. Seeing Futian walk over, Yunfeng's life spirit floated before him. There was a blurry figure drawn on the boundless scroll. It was so big it looked like a god, filled with unparalleled might. This was Yunfeng's final drawing. He'd put all his comprehensions from cultivations into this unclear figure. He imagined it as a top god. Every bit of his improvements and comprehension would strengthen the artistic conception in the picture. Now, he poured his spiritual power into this picture. The figure seemed to come to life. It walked out of the scroll like a looming god. It was filled with extreme power. Is this the Yun family's final picture, the art soul? The figure that walked out of the picture crazily absorbed the spiritual qi in the world. It seemed to have the most perfect body. Apparently, the craftsman had transformed all his comprehensions into this art soul. It was like a true saint. Yun Feng had seen many people stronger than him, even sages. Thus, his art soul also contained unparalleled power. Right now, it raised its huge hand and smashed down at Futian. The palm covered the sky. But Futian continued advancing. Aggressive martial arts will was unleashed. It turned into a horrible force field. Everything around it seemed to be flattened. It was like an emperor. Thud. He took another step and Yunfeng's heart trembled. Then he saw Futian raise his staff. Futian's body seemed to become a boundless shore. A 100-meter-long staff shadow appeared. It smashed down with the power of the world. At that moment, Futian's aura wasn't any weaker than Yunfeng's art soul. There were terrifying rumbles. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. A regular attack couldn't even get close. When the huge staff came down, the huge arm shattered. Then the head and body were pulverized under the staff too. When the staff fell upon the scroll, it shook. Then with a cough, Yun Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. You want to draw a god? Futian walked over. Yun Feng looked up with a pale face. Why don't you draw me instead? Futian reached out and grasped Yun Feng's neck. Yun Feng struggled against Futian's hands. There was no color in his face at all. Futian looked back. Flames shot out and burned the scroll that had Hua Jieyu's picture. How did you make it into the law rank? Futian held onto Yun Feng's head and hurled him down. Many people were shaken by this scene. Boom! The battle platform shook. Yun Feng vomited blood. He tried to move Futian's hands, but he obviously couldn't. Below the platform, countless eyes from the Daozang Pavilion were frozen on them. Xiang Zhiqin and Lian Yuqing were especially shocked by this. Yun Feng had been bloodily defeated. Futian still gripped Yun Feng's neck. You all said that I'm shameless and don't dare to fight anyone, he said coldly. Today, I gave in, but do you think you qualify? With that, he lifted Yun Feng's body and smashed it down again. So many of Yun Feng's bones broke, but Yi Futian controlled it well. Yun Feng wouldn't be disabled. But even if he couldn't disable Yun Feng, he would still make him remember what respect meant. Xiang Zhiqin's eyes were frigid. She knew that Yi Futian was talking to Yun Feng, but the words were meant for the others too. For countless months, many rumors had mocked Yi Futian, but was it true that he didn't dare to accept anyone's challenge? Was it true that he didn't have the temperament of the pavilion battle's winner? Today, Yi Futian told him that it wasn't that he didn't dare. It was his natural arrogance. He didn't care even if people insulted him. Yun Feng's mouth was covered in blood and his face was ashen. He looked mangled. He was a pride too, but today, he'd been destroyed like this. Yi Futian was purposely using the cruelest way to humiliate him. Enough? Lian Yuqing asked coldly. Yi Futian looked up and sneered. You're the ones who wanted to fight. Now, you're the ones who want to stop. Is this the temperament you spoke of? You're allowed to mock me but don't let me resist. With that, Yi Futian stood up. Dragging Yun Feng's body, he stepped towards the edge of the battle platform. Many people pitied Yun Feng when seeing his tragic state. Just as Yi Futian had said, Yun Feng probably regretted meeting him now. That handsome harmless-looking youth was like a demon when angered. This is the challenge that you wanted. Satisfied? Yi Futian tossed Yun Feng's body down the platform. Countless eyes fell upon Yi Futian. This was the winner of the pavilion battle. Chapter 596, Lian Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. Lian Yuqing scanned Yi Futian coldly before walking to Yun Feng's side. He stooped down to check Yun Feng's injuries. He discovered that he'd broken many bones. He wasn't disabled but would need to rest for a long while before he could cultivate normally. This was only the physical damage. Lian Yuqing could see from Yun Feng's dazed eyes that his psychological damages were much more painful. This junior brother of his was the craftsman's descendant. He could draw everything and his talent was extraordinary. He'd entered the law rank not long after entering the pavilion, so he was naturally young and vibrant. His goal had always been entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. Lian Yuqing knew what kind of person Yun Feng usually was, proud, fearless, and filled with confidence. But right now, Yun Feng's eyes were empty. The humiliation of this battle had pulverized his confidence and pride, tossing him into a deep abyss. This kind of hit was too cruel for a proud and young talent. It could possibly ruin Yun Feng and make him doubt himself. It would be hard to recover his mindset. This was what cultivators usually described as damage to his principal heart. It would create a huge obstacle to his future cultivation. Raising his head, Lian Yuqing looked coldly at Yi Futian and said, "We are all cultivating in the pavilion. Aren't you a bit too toxic?" He knew that Yi Futian had done it purposely. Otherwise, there was no need to come to this battle platform. "If you aren't blind, then you're an idiot," Yi Futian replied coolly. Anyone could mock others from a moral standpoint. But had Lian Yuqing said anything when Yun Feng had insulted Yi Futian? Had he reprimanded Yun Feng when he drew Hua Jieyu? If Yun Feng had drawn Lian Yuqing's girlfriend instead, would he still be so calm? Now that Yun Feng was defeated with humiliation, Yi Futian became the bad guy. Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. Then he stood up and walked towards the battle platform. What is Lian Yuqing going to do? Everyone looked at Lian Yuqing. He was at the peak of the noble plane and was 5th on the law rank. No matter what, he shouldn't be the one going up the platform. Senior brother Lian, Yun Shueishin called. This battle had scared her. Before, she'd always seen Yi Futian with a shameless grin, but today, Everyone saw a different Yi Futian. The power he revealed in anger was honestly frightening. He had treated Yun Feng cruelly, but Yun Feng and Xiang Zhiqin had forced him into this. Plus, Hua Jieyu had already made it clear that she wouldn't allow Yun Feng to draw her, but he still did it. This was an insult, so Yi Futian's anger was with reason. On the battle platform, Yi Futian had defeated Yun Feng as a grade 8 noble. No matter what, Lian Yuqing had no reason to fight. It damaged his image. I won't do anything to him, Lian Yuqing said softly as he stopped. Then he continued towards the platform. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. He hadn't expected for Lian Yuqing to be shameless enough to walk onto the platform. I shouldn't fight, but you're too violent. You should listen to this musical piece, Lian Yuqing said. Then he sat onto the platform and strummed his guqin. A graceful melody streamed out instantly, floating into everyone's ears. Then I'll listen to your song. Yi Futian stood there and watched Lian Yuqing quietly. The other was a top noble. This kind of fight had no suspense at all, he wouldn't even try. The higher the plane, the bigger the differences between each level. How much cultivation did a grade 8 noble need to reach the peak of the noble plane? This distance couldn't be reached so easily. Strands of sound waves passed over, invading Yi Futian's mind. In that instant, Yi Futian could barely control his spiritual power anymore. It went wild, though he continued to stand there quietly. The music seeping in wildly brought him into a different space. An invisible hand clutched his body, making him feel as if he was pinned down in the illusory space. An image appeared in his mind. He seemed to have been taken and slammed towards the ground. His body shook and his mind seemed close to breaking apart. Standing on the battle podium, he grunted, face paling. Lian Yuqing continued playing slowly. He was graceful and natural. Everyone looked at Yi Futian's expression. They could tell what he was experiencing, but no one knew exactly what Lian Yuqing's music was doing to him. Soon, Lian Yuqing's music stopped. He looked up, gazing at the pale Yi Futian. You experienced it, he said. How do you feel? Yi Futian gazed at Lian Yuqing and smiled eerily. I am not Yun Feng and you are not me. Yun Feng provoked me many times and doesn't know what respect is. He thought he was undefeatable. I had no concerns when attacking him, but what about you? What are you trying to prove with this? Don't forget what plane you're in. If you want to attack, then do it. What are you trying to prove? How fake you are. Seeing Yi Futian's smirk, Lian Yuqing strummed the instrument strings with his right hand. Instantly, horrible spiritual energy rushed into Yi Futian's mind like a tidal wave. He stumbled back as if struck by lightning. He grunted and blood trickled out of his lips. Many people shuddered, but Yi Futian's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he smiled with ease. That's right. Yi Futian's smile was bright. This is the challenge you wanted. After crossing 2 planes and defeating Yun Feng, you, a top noble, would come onto the battle platform personally. This is your so-called temperament. It's very powerful, but in the future, trying being less shameless. With that, Yi Futian turned and walked down the platform. He didn't care about this challenge, because it was meaningless. Things would quiet down after this. Seeing Yi Futian walk down off the podium, Lian Yuqing's expression looked ugly. He didn't stop. Yi Futian had been forcing him to attack. He laughed at himself. His mindset still wasn't advanced enough, allowing Yi Futian to anger him. Did Yi Futian want to affect his mindset this way? Oh, right. I'll remember the piece you played today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll gift you piece too. After walking down, Yi Futian grabbed Hua Jieyu and left. He ignored everyone where. Lian Yuqing didn't mind Yi Futian's words. Gift him a piece. Was Yi Futian skilled in musical sorcery too? But even if he was, how many years would it take for him to surpass Lian Yuqing? Xiang Zhiqin looked at Yi Futian's receding backside with an ugly expression. News of this battle quickly spread throughout the Holy Ji Palace. Yun Feng, 96th of the law rank, had been cruelly defeated by Yi Futian. Many people lamented that the newbie who'd placed first in the pavilion battle was stronger than they'd expected. Yun Feng's talent had been recognized by entering the law rank. He'd also cultivated for a while in the Holy Ji Palace. However, his ending was tragic. After returning to the Daozang Pavilion, he'd shut himself in. He must have suffered horrible psychological trauma. He was removed on the law rank while Yi Futian shot up to 81. He was only a grade 8 noble, but he was already 81st. If he reached the mid or top-level noble plane, what position would he have on the list? Right then, Yi Futian and Yu Xing followed Qi Jia through the dazzling pavilion in the Battle Sage Pavilion. According to Qi Jia, Sage Dozhan, chief of the Battle Sage Pavilion, wanted to see them. Yi Futian saw Sage Dozhan before a golden pavilion. His upper body was bare, revealing bronze muscles. This tall body seemed to be filled with endless power. He didn't release his aura, but just standing there made Yi Futian and Yu Xing feel extreme pressure. Yi Futian felt like he was an ant before Sage Dozhan. He could be squashed with a finger. "Teacher, Yi Futian is here." "Teacher," Yi Futian and Yu Xing called at the same. They'd listened to the King Kong sage. Since they'd entered the Battle Sage Pavilion, it wasn't wrong to call Sage Dozhan teacher. Sage Dozhan nodded lightly and gazed at them. "I saw at the entrance battle that you two are physically strong. You must have cultivated powerful body-enhancing techniques. However, this comes with the technique. You didn't truly find your potentials and cultivate to the limit. Judging from talent, Yu Sheng is the most suitable for cultivating the body. Unfortunately, you used the wrong method. Very few people can cultivate the body. People like sorcery more. Even in lower planes, they say that sorcerers are stronger than martial arts. Cultivating the body isn't the mainstream either. What do you two think?" Sage Dozhan asked. Every cultivator has their own skills. All careers are the same when cultivated to the extreme. It still depends on the person, Yi Futian said. "No, they're right," Sage Dozhan said to him. "Of course, this is only limited to the lower planes. When you cultivate to a certain level, there are no absolute weaknesses or strengths. For people like you who are skilled in multiple abilities, you naturally have an advantage. Everyone has different views on cultivation, but I believe that cultivating the body is stronger than everything else. It's just that few people can go to the extreme." Yi Futian didn't really agree, but from a certain aspect, Sage Dozhan was right too. If a cultivator couldn't believe in his own cultivation, there was no point. "If you doubt me, then let me ask you. If I cultivate my physical body to the extreme and my body is now as strong as any spell of the same plane, how will you attack me?" Sage Dozhan asked. Yi Futian started pondering, but Sage Dozhan continued, "It's simple. You only need to imagine Yu Sheng. If an attack from someone in the same plane landed on him, would he react?" Yi Futian nodded. This was the truth. Someone in the same plane as Yu Sheng wouldn't be able to move him. But it wasn't entirely right, because most attacks were above the attacker's plane. I am 7th on the Barren Sky ranking, but people before me are still unwilling to fight me. Do you know why?" Sage Dozhan asked. He seemed extremely confident in his abilities. Yi Futian shook his head. "It's because their attacks might not be effective. They must attack multiple times to defeat me. But they're different. If I hit them once, they'll die," Sage Dozhan said. Yi Futian blinked. He suddenly felt that this made sense. It really was a huge advantage. Chapter 597, the Sage Dozhan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. "Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body-refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete, hence I named it the incomplete heavenly manual. The sage Dozhan looked at the two of them and continued speaking. Of course, body refining is not just about training your physical body. At your cultivation level, you should understand that not cultivating your spiritual energy makes you as useful as a disabled person. Apart from that, a body-refining cultivator is also useless without speed. Next, I will teach the two of you the incomplete heavenly manual. It is an extremely ruthless body-enhancing technique, but it could also be incomplete, hence I named it the incomplete heavenly manual. Yi Futian and Yu Xing listened attentively. They were extremely clear of the benefits and drawbacks of martial arts cultivation. Yu Xing could be considered a martial arts cultivator with his unparalleled physique. However, he had lost to Su Ke in the palace battle and the reason was obvious. Yi Futian also cultivated in body refining, but he had other aspects of his cultivation to worry about. Although his physique was also overbearing, he had not reached Yu Xing's level. The sage Dozhan claimed that he was going to teach them an incomplete manual that was extremely brutal. He wondered how it fared against Yu Xing's demonic art. I'm telling you all this is to make you understand the strength of body refining. Especially you, Yi Futian. Your cultivation is all over the place, you must be neglecting your body refining. If the two of you do not wish to cultivate this technique, I will teach you other body-enhancing techniques. I want to cultivate in this technique, Yu Xing said. The more brutal the body-enhancing technique, the stronger its effects would be. Coupled with his demonic art, he wondered how much stronger his physique could get. Master, I also want to try cultivating it, Yi Futian smiled and said. Alright, after you have all cultivated this technique to a certain level, I will teach you a combat technique to complement the body refinement that you have done. The sage Dozhan continued, now, I will use my spiritual will to transmit the incomplete heavenly manual to both of you. Yi Futian and Yu Xing nodded, then closed their eyes. Another eye appeared to open between the sage Dozhan's eyebrows, like a demonic heavenly eye. Following that, a brilliant light shot into Yi Futian and Yu Xing's brow chakra. In an instant, information flooded into their heads. Yi Futian quietly accepted the technique that appeared in his head. In the shadow of mind, he saw a figure sitting with his knees crossed. A brilliant glow circulated around his body, teaching him how to perform the technique. After a brief moment, Yi Futian opened his eyes and a glint appeared in them. He explained, this technique uses external force to forge the body, converting external force into the body's power. By forging one's body to the limit, they will be able to open the 7-star acupoints. That's right. The sage Dozhan nodded and continued, the incomplete heavenly manual is extremely brutal because it requires you to constantly break through your body's physical limits until the 7-star acupoints have been opened. When cultivated to the limit, your body will be as strong as a ritual implement. Geniuses' spells may exceed their cultivation level, but if you cultivate the incomplete heavenly manual, your body's strength will also exceed your cultivation level. Moreover, in the Holy Ji Palace, the requirements for cultivating the incomplete heavenly manual are satisfied. The Law Power Zone and the Sky Reaching Tower. Yi Futian said. That's right. The sage Dozhan nodded again. The two of you have the inborn potential for body refining, so don't waste it. Especially you, Yu Xing. You are a natural body-refining warrior and you have the chance to become a saint through your physique by forging an invincible body. At lower cultivation levels, spells are the strongest, but at higher cultivation levels, the cultivator with the strongest physique will reign supreme. When the two of you step foot in the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower, come find me again. Yes. Yi Futian and Yu Xing nodded, then left. The sage Dozhan had looked for them only to teach them the incomplete heavenly manual. After the two of them had left, the King Kong sage appeared beside the sage Dozhan. He looked at the sage Dozhan and said, "Brother has not paid attention to the battle of the Holy Ji Palace for many years. Why did you take in 2 disciples all of a sudden?" Before this, his brother had also taken in Qi Jie. "It's not like you don't know about Wanxiang's prophecy." The sage Dozhan looked at the King Kong sage and said. "Humph." The King Kong sage huffed angrily and said, "That astrologer is just speaking nonsense. His supposed astrology is just a load of bull. How could he know what the heavens have planned for us and predict the future? Brother, there is no need to pay him any heed. Everything exists for a reason. Since it is there, it has a purpose. The astrologers are able to read the heavens' plans and prophesize, but they do not do so often for fear of their lives. However, their readings are generally likely to come true," the sage Dozhan said. "Brother's cultivation level is stronger than him. What right does he have to be able to predict your future? Moreover, brother is a genius. How can your fate be predestined by the heavens?" The King Kong sage's tone was cold as he questioned. "I naturally will not resign to my fate," the sage Dozhan said indifferently and continued, "My pursuit is to break through to the saint level, but I know the difficulties of that. Perhaps, in the process, there will be a disaster that will befall me. That is nothing to be surprised about since I am unable to avoid it. I will face it calmly. However, Yu Sheng and Yi Futian are outstanding talents, especially Yu Sheng. He was born for body refining. If I am unable to do it, perhaps he will stand a chance." The King Kong sage did not say anything. It was already hard to become a saint. Countless geniuses in the barren state had failed to do it. Moreover, it was even tougher to break through to become a saint through one's physique. Body refining was considered the most rudimentary cultivation method. After Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had obtained the body-enhancing technique from the sage Dozhan, they started their cultivation. Moreover, they already had strong body-refining foundations, and the incomplete heavenly manual could build on their foundation to break through their limits. In the flame zone of the law power zone, 2 figures stood barefoot in the sea of flames. Their feet were in extreme pain as the violent flames burned their bodies. Their skin was crimson, and their bodies looked like they were going to be torn apart. However, they did not use their strength to resist it and used their bodies to experience it. They used the incomplete heavenly manual to induct the power of the flames into their bodies and allow it to forge their bodies. This was what the sage Dozhan meant by extremely brutal. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual required the use of external force to forge one's body. After the cultivation was complete, their bodies would already have been forged thousands of times, so a spell at the same level was nothing to fear. In the lightning zone, they bathed in the countless thunderbolts, allowing the lightning force to strike their bodies wildly, using the lightning to forge their bodies. The lightning circulated on the surface of their bodies and was then inducted into their body, into their flesh. In the storm zone, they withstood the storm's tearing force and even ran against the storm without using any movement techniques, merely going against the wind and using the air pressure to forge their bodies. In the ground zone, giant rocks continually fell down, striking their bodies. They could feel themselves getting closer to their limit step by step, breaking through step by step to withstand even stronger attacks. Their cultivation period was very mundane, but it was fruitful. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng stepped into all the zones of the law power zone to forge their bodies. As times passed, they could feel that their already strong bodies were getting even more frightening. In the future, their ability to withstand attacks would definitely be stronger. However, this cultivation method could only be described as insane. Yi Futian's body experienced countless limitations and he would have to force himself to continue doing so in the future, to allow his body to be brutally injured, to be burned by flames, frozen by ice and torn apart by storms. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Yu Sheng had already secured a spot in the 12th level of the sky-reaching tower. However, Yu Sheng was in extreme pain at that moment. An exceedingly horrifying force crushed down on his body like there were pagodas pressing down on him and smashing his body. Impact sounds could be constantly heard and blood trickled from his mouth, but he clenched his teeth and continued to bear it. The 12th story of the sky-reaching tower, this was a place that only extremely strong middle noble plane cultivators could reach, but here Yusheng was, resisting the pressure of the 12th level. Bam, bam, bam. Rays of golden light drilled holes through his body, but he did not give up. He continued to use the incomplete heavenly manual and transferred the force to his legs. Bang! Huge sounds could be heard like something was being punctured. With a psh, Yusheng spewed out a mouthful of blood and his legs looked like they were being punctured by waves of force and a horrifying light could be seen at his soul and back. I've succeeded. Yusheng walked down the sky-reaching tower and made a mad rush for the exit. The ground started shaking and many people looked at Yusheng. What was wrong with this burly guy? At that moment, Yusheng launched off the ground with his feet without using any movement techniques. His body flew straight off the ground into the air, like a flash of lightning. Soon, Yusheng's body landed from the air onto the ground. With a huge wham, the ground split apart and 2 footprints could be seen. Yusheng continued to propel himself into the distance, and many people looked at the figure getting further away curiously. What was up with this guy? A figure shot towards the edge of the Battle Sage Palace and rushed towards the clouds, landing on the Battle Sage Palace. With a huge thud, Yusheng landed on the ground and appeared beside a figure. The teenage figure opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him, asking, Yusheng, what's up? I opened an acupoint. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and said. How do you feel? A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The incomplete heavenly manual required a person to open the 7-star acupoints. The strength in my feet has increased exponentially, they have very strong explosive strength now. I don't need to use any movement techniques to jump into the air, but it uses the potential of my body instead. Perhaps, my legs will start to ache not long after. The cultivation of the incomplete heavenly manual is originally detrimental to one's body, however, the opening of the 7-star acupoints is just the start of unlocking one's potential. If there is no need to, do not use it. Only use the explosive power when you really have to, Yi Futian said, smiling. The incomplete heavenly manual had recorded that if all 7-star acupoints were opened, the human body's potential would be stimulated to its limit and they could become a giant and have unparalleled explosive power that could rival a mountain. What are you so excited about? Yi Futian stared at Yusheng. It feels fantastic after opening an acupoint. Moreover, the incomplete heavenly manual does not clash with my demonic art and can even complement each other. That was why I wanted to try it out and ended up here, Yusheng said. Bragging? Yi Futian glared at him and said. He must have done it on purpose. However, he was also very happy for him. The demonic art could be cultivated in conjunction with the incomplete heavenly manual and the Sage Dojan would teach them another technique in the future. Yusheng's body would only become more and more formidable. Seeing Yusheng's embarrassed smile, Yi Futian said, all right, have a break. Go and visit Qingxian, it's coming to the end of the year soon. You're not allowed to cultivate at the end of the year. All right. Yusheng nodded and left. Yi Futian's gaze landed on the distant Holy Ji Palace. How fast it had been, another year was passing. He had heard that the Holy Ji Palace would have a sparring session at the end of the year. At that time, he would be able to see the elites among the noble plane in the Holy Ji Palace. Chapter 598, Yi Futian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yi Futian continued to sit at the edge of the Battle Sage Palace, looking at the distant island city. Yusheng had exceptional talent in body refining. The first of the 7-star acupoints he had opened should be the Flirting Star acupoint. Strength filled his legs, causing them to have tremendous explosive power. His body had superhuman speed, and when coupled with movement techniques, he would be exceptionally quick. He closed his eyes and a roaring sound emitted from his body, his bloodstream struck wildly against his body like a dragon and his spiritual qi transformed into a golden rock and struck his body. Emperor Yi Qing's body enhancement technique was different from the incomplete heavenly manual, it imitated the form of demonic beasts. If cultivated to the extreme, he could soar through the skies like a golden rock and shatter the earth like a divine ape. It cultivated speed, strength and other attributes the more demonic beasts he imitated. However, the incomplete heavenly manual would push one's physical body to the limit. The two techniques could be cultivated in conjunction to enhance the other's effects. The blood roared within his body and crackling sounds could be heard from his bones. It was like a divine ape had appeared in his body and was trying to break out. Yi Futian exercised the power to its limit, and a mysterious current flowed through his body. He punched out with his fist and his movements appeared completely instinctive like the law power had become one with his fist. Sunlight sprinkled down, as though he was bathed in the emperor's glow. His physical body was withstanding unbearable pain, as if it was going to be torn apart. However, it was like he did not feel the pain and continued to train his punches. On his body, a holy light shone. Bang! With a crisp sound, like his body had been pierced through, a horrifying light penetrated his body. Yi Futian still acted like he did not feel it and continued punching and forging his body. The banging noises continued and horrifying rays of light penetrated all parts of his body. With a huge roar, he could feel his body expanding and the roar sounded throughout the heavens, as his body was filled with boundless power. Hu! Yi Futian exhaled and his breath shot through the air like an arrow. His body seemed as if it was made of metal. The gloomy star acupoint of the 7-star acupoints had been opened. Even though he had only opened one acupoint of the incomplete heavenly manual, Yi Futian could feel its strength. If he opened all 7 acupoints, he could indeed do what the Dozhan sage had said and use his physical body to withstand the attacks of other cultivators in the same level as him with no reaction. At that time, using only his body's strength and speed, he could easily crush cultivators on the same level as him. He did not continue to make use of the force and instead sat down to cultivate. Closing his eyes, his mind drifted to his life palace. At that moment, it was dazzling in his life palace. His natal spirit, the world tree, was swaying, its jade-green branches full of life and making rustling sounds. The sun and moon were high up in the sky, the golden rock was shining, the divine ape standing tall, the thunder dragon spiraling. Moreover, the scene in his life palace was scarier now, with the sun spirit's flames being extremely frantic and the moon spirit's cold rays. There was a frigid aura surrounding the area and the space filled with an icy current, originating from the law power zone. In the law power zone, he had used his life spirit to absorb numerous forces into his life palace. The previous time in the Daozang Palace, he had heard Sage Daozang mention in his lecture that different spirit zones could evolve through deeper understanding. Back then, when he learned spells in the cottage, he cultivated in the combination of spells of different elements to form new spells. The strength of those spells was much stronger, and if he could really do what Sage Daozang had mentioned and have a deeper understanding of the spirit zones, the spells created would definitely have horrifying power. The past few days, he not only used the law power zones to forge his body, but he also deciphered the different elements and refined his spiritual energy. Although he believed in the strength of the body enhancement technique, he did not neglect his other abilities. Each ability had its specialty. With his inborn qualifications, he would naturally not give up. The sun's flames drooped down, turning into a furnace. The moon's rays spilled down and the icy current did not evaporate but permeated the furnace drop by drop. The two forces intertwined, but were still distinct, as though they could not coexist. The wood element descended, causing the flames to burn fiercer, appearing eternal. Lightning struck down and Yi Futian walked through all the law power zones, wanting to see if all the elements that he had absorbed would have any change if he used his Sun Scripture's sun furnace to refine them all. The furnace dimension became exceptionally horrifying, like golden lava had appeared and was flowing around in the furnace like the flames of hell. However, they appeared to lack aggression. Yi Futian felt the forces in the furnace and appeared to have a brainwave. He remembered Xia Ho, who he had met in the Holy Road, and the Holy Fire sect Xia. They both specialized in flame abilities. Xia Ho's flames of ruin appeared inextinguishable and capable of burning everything, while Xiaji's flames turned into a dark lotus and contained incredible destructive power. The flames of ruin and the dark lotus flame must have been created by elders. If that was so, why not just create his own flame? Closing his eyes, his spiritual energy entered the furnace, experiencing everything going on inside it. He melded his spiritual energy within to perceive the changes. Time passed by steadily. After a long while, Yi Futian was still sitting cross-legged, but the spiritual qi around him was rampaging. There was an intriguing aura wafting in the air. His spiritual energy resonated with the heavens and a unique force appeared. A terrifying destructive current appeared in the air and circulated steadily. Following that, wisps of flames appeared in the air. It was a white flame. It did not appear elusive, but flowing. It burned brightly and soon, the area was full of the flames. Burning sounds could be heard in the air and the flame had a demonic beauty. Success, Yi Futian mumbled softly. He opened his eyes and stopped controlling his spiritual energy. However, the countless flames continued to burn in the air, getting even more vigorous, as though an inextinguishable flame. Even if nobody controlled the flames, it would not be extinguished until it had burned up all the spiritual qi in the area. This flame is pure and untainted, like a glass lamp. Let's call it the white lustrous flame then, Yi Futian muttered to himself. Everyone's perception was different, so the flame that they created would naturally be different as well. The flames of ruin was a different color from the flame that he had created. Although they both contained inextinguishable might, Yi Futian was naturally not going to name his flame after it. Yi Futian broke into a smile. Although he did not break through his cultivation level in this period of time, he had significant improvement in his body refining and his spells. This year, he had stepped into the noble plane and entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Although his cultivation level did not improve as rapidly as before, it was still increasing gradually and he was growing stronger. If this trend continued, he would step into the upper noble plane after 3 to 5 years of cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace or even be close to the sage plane. Cultivation was the one thing he had never dared to neglect. There were many people waiting for him to become stronger, big brother, second sister, and the rest of his brothers and sisters. They were all waiting for him to grow stronger. His masters and his godfather who had disappeared were also likely waiting for him to become stronger. Standing up, Yi Futian left the place. The 10,006th year of the divine prefecture calendar was coming to an end. At the end of every year, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples would gather for a sparring session to compare their learnings. Not long after, many of those whose families were in Zhongzhou City would go home to visit their families. In the divine prefecture, even to the cultivators, the end of the year was still an important event for them. In the core of the Holy Ji Palace, there was an area with many magnificent towering palaces. At that moment, many people had come to that area for the sparring session. Out of the 3,000 disciples from the 6 palaces, many had stepped foot into the area. They wanted to see how the other Holy Ji Palace disciples were faring. After all, to many of them, even though they were all cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace, they barely met each other, just once a year, and there were many people who did not know each other. Only those elites who had made it into the law rank were known by all. Even among the elite geniuses of the barren state, there were those who would end up as nobodies in the Holy Ji Palace. At that moment, in a certain location, a group of people was walking on the road, their gazes on the people all around. 1 year passed really fast. I've only raised my cultivation by 1 level this year, looks like I'll only be able to be an onlooker in this year's sparring session, a teenager said with tones of indolence in his voice. Don't be so humble. The sparring session isn't ranked by battle ability, you can spar in whichever field you want. However, this year's sparring session will still be focusing on those people on the low rank. After all, they are the group that attracts the most attention, another replied. I've heard that there's a batch of newbies this year who are rather interesting. The first among them is already the 81st on the law rank and is only a grade 8 noble. Even, Bai Luli's younger brother, Bai Zhe, was dominated by him. It's as if Bai Zhe has no presence in front of him, another voice sounded out from within the group. Even the young masters from the White Cloud City were dominated. This is interesting indeed. What a pity that his cultivation is on the lower side, he probably doesn't have any place in this year's sparring session, someone voiced his opinion while lamenting. The group of people chatted while walking and many people among the crowd watched as they came closer. The disciples from the Holy Sage Pavilion. Many people had glints in their eyes as they thought that. Moreover, the person leading them was Hua Fan, the first on the law rank. He had already obtained the right to enter the Sage Palace. After he had finished participating in this year's sparring session, he would enter the Sage Palace to cultivate. This year's sparring session was likely to be his last one in the Holy Ji Palace. Many people are discussing you, Hua Fan said to a teen standing beside him. That teen was the second young master of the White Cloud City, Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's expression was grim. He had initially wanted to brilliantly obtain first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examinations. However, he was brutally defeated by Yi Futian and humiliated in public. Even after he had entered the Sage Palace, he was still criticized by others. After stepping into the Holy Ji Palace, my cultivation level has reached the peak of a grade 7 noble. If he dares to come forth this sparring session, I will challenge him publicly to erase my humiliation, Bai Zhe said coldly. This year, he had had tremendous improvement. I heard that he defeated the Daozang Palace's Yun Feng a few months ago. Previously, Yun Feng was already a grade 6 noble who was on the law rank. You should be more cautious, another person beside him said. A glint appeared in Bai Zhe's eyes. He had previously heard that as well. Yi Futian's reputation after entering the palace was dismal and it was only restored after he had challenged the Daozang Palace's Yun Feng and brutally defeated him. In the past, the person who got first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination would always enter the Sage Palace. This time, Yi Futian went to the Battle Sage Palace instead. I would really like to meet him, Hua Fan said softly. Chapter 599, There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there was also Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Qi Jie. There were figures flying successively into the sparring session area. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had also arrived by then. Their group walked down from the air and landed on the ground. Apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, there was also Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, and Qi Jie. Although the Battle Sage Palace had many disciples, most of them were out cultivating in other areas. Moreover, there were only 4 of Sage Dozhan's disciples who were in the noble plane. Apart from Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Qi Jie, there was one other disciple named Do Kuan. Will Brother Do Kuan be participating in the sparring session? Yi Futian asked Qi Jie. Brother Do Kuan has always cultivated in the sky-reaching tower. He's the person in the 18th level, you should have seen that before. He should be here for this time's sparring session. It might even be his last, Qi Jie replied. Is Brother Do Kuan a descendant of a master? Yi Futian was curious and asked. Do Kuan was rather similar to Sage Dozhan. No, he's from a Do clan in the Barren State. It's a strong clan, Qi Jie replied. Are their life spirits all a Do word? Yi Futian asked curiously again. How do you know? Qi Jie looked at Yi Futian and asked. Even I haven't seen it. Yi Futian smiled and nodded, then looked towards Yu Sheng and asked, Do you remember an opponent called Do Kue that you fought during the entrance examination? I remember. Yu Sheng nodded and continued, by borrowing his strength, I was able to break through my cultivation level. Brother Do Kun and that Do Kue should be from the same clan. However, when the people from the Holy Ji Palace asked him whether he wanted to enter the palace to cultivate, Do Kue actually rejected it and claimed that he was only there to experience the strength of the barren state's geniuses. Otherwise, with his strength, even if he wasn't taken in as master's disciple, he should have been able to enter the battle sage palace, Yi Futian said. The palace is indeed quite boring. Yi Shaoshi muttered, I wonder where fourth and fifth brother have gone adventuring. Yi Shaoshi felt that his life was too pitiful. Back then, he had few opportunities to leave the mountain in the cottage, and he was now sent by second sister to watch over little brother. The life in the Holy Ji Palace was not one that he liked. However, the reason he did not like it was probably because he felt ashamed that he had been overtaken by his little brother. Now, Yi Futian was a direct disciple of Sage Dozhan while he was merely a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. Sigh. He wondered if it would be a good idea to go out and train himself after this year. I'm also bored. Qi Jia nodded seriously. Seventh brother, the palace is a haven for cultivation, how could you be bored? Yi Futian smiled at Yi Shaoshi and said. If he cultivated diligently, his time would naturally be well spent. The problem was that the fatty was too lazy. At that moment, a figure flew across the air from a short distance away and descended from the sky like a goddess. It was Hua Jieyu. She landed next to Yi Futian and smiled sweetly. Yi Futian walked forward and held her hand. Behind him, Yi Shaoshi smacked his head and thought, of course you're not bored. What a bully. Jieyu, those people aren't harassing you anymore, right? Yi Futian asked. It's gotten much better after that time, but I've been cultivating all this while and haven't had time to care about them. Hua Jieyu smiled and replied, I've improved a lot, you know. Really? Yi Futian blinked and said. I've broken through to a grade 7 noble just a few days ago, Hua Jieyu smiled and told Yi Futian, with a little bit of smugness. Yi Futian did a double take and said, will I lose my standing if I am surpassed by my wife? Hua Jieyu glared at him cutely and said, you need to manage so many different aspects of your cultivation. I am a divine spiritual sorcerer and specialize in cultivating my spiritual energy. As long as I can achieve breakthroughs in my spiritual energy, it's enough. My potential in other elements will improve alongside my spiritual energy. As long as my spiritual energy is strong, I will be strong. Yup, you're definitely the Jieyu I know, Yi Futian smiled and said. Although she said it casually, she probably worked very hard on her cultivation in the Holy Ji Palace. That is but mere mortal beauty. Qi Jia recited a Buddhist scripture at the side. Yi Futian recalled the last time he spoke with him, that fellow did not care about external appearances or mortal beauty. Yeah, it seemed he really did not care. We're arriving soon, Qi Jia said. At that moment, there was a row of statues in front of them, sitting there. Each one of the statues had a mysterious will embedded in them, as though the statues were alive. What are those? Yi Futian asked curiously. Those are just decorations, Qi Jia replied, and they continued walking forward. Walking through a white gate made of stone, they reached a vast empty space where many others were already waiting. How grand! Yi Futian looked around and saw the 9 palaces spreading out in the formation of the 8 trigrams. There were many people standing at the positions of the palaces, and the palace in the center sunk into the ground, creating a battle arena that looked like a valley. Moreover, there was a colossal statue behind all of the 8 palaces, standing tall at tens of meters, like a god. Many people were looking at the 8 statues and could faintly feel a will emitting from the 8 statues, as though they had lives of their own. It was an extremely intriguing feeling. Yi Futian's group continued forward onto the Li position, on the left was the Kun position and the right was the Sun position. The Ken position was directly in front of them. In the direction of the Ken position, there was a group of people looking toward Yi Futian. Across the air, Yi Futian could feel their frosty gazes. He saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing, the duo who were cultivating Tin the Sage Palace. Apart from them, there were many other people looking at him. The one in the middle had an exceptional aura. With just one gaze, others could already feel how strong he was. Who's the person standing in the middle of the Sage Palace's group? Yi Futian asked Qi Jia softly. Hua Fan, Qi Jia looked forward and replied softly as well. The first on the law rank, Hua Fan. In another direction, many of the Daozang Palace disciples were in the Sun position. Among them were Lian Yuqing and Yun Feng. Yun Feng's gaze looked towards Yi Futian with malice. These few months, he had been in terrible condition and it had affected his cultivation, causing him to stagnate at his previous cultivation level. All this was thanks to Yi Futian. No trace of Yun Feng's previous arrogance could be seen on his face. His aura had changed after that battle. No longer was there any of his teenage arrogance, it had been replaced by a faint, grim feeling. Yun Feng, at that moment, Lian Yuqing addressed him. Yun Feng looked towards him and heard Lian Yuqing say, "You can choose your sparring partner at will during the sparring session. Since Yi Futian is here as well, challenge him again. Your attainment in art is extraordinary, perhaps you can cause the statues to create images and give you some enlightenment. No matter what, you need to have him as your target and defeat him by any means possible." He could naturally see that after the battle, Yun Feng's cultivation had been affected and needed to be remedied. If that was so, he could only escape the trauma by defeating Yi Futian. Otherwise, he would lose confidence in himself and his will would waver, causing him to face huge difficulties in breaking through his cultivation level. Yun Feng was his little brother and as disciples of Sage Daozang, he did not wish to see Yun Feng collapse under his setback. If he was defeated again, then it could be considered fighting fire with fire. At this point, his situation could not get worse anyways. Yun Feng nodded, but there was no trace of the confidence he had back then. This confidence was essential to every cultivator, or their might would be weaker than their opponent before the battle even started. Beside them, Xiang Zhiqin was also there and she glared at Yi Futian ruthlessly. At that moment, a few figures flew towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and asked, "Wuchen, how has your cultivation been this past half a year?" "The Sword Palace suits me very well," Yi Wuchen replied. "Is Chinyu doing well?" Yi Futian asked again. "She's doing all right. I often accompany her in her cultivation," Yi Wuchen replied. "That's good." Yi Futian looked at the people beside Yi Wuchen, they were Zui Qianqiu and Su Quebec. The few of them were all cultivating in the Sword Palace under the Sword Demon. "I've heard that you're impressive in the Holy Ji Palace." Zui Qianqiu smiled and said, "As a newbie, you beat up the palace's seniors?" "I didn't want to," Yi Futian shrugged and replied. "Arrogant." Su Keis looked forward and continued in a quiet voice, "However, you have every right to do so. In the palace, there seems to be a tradition of bullying the newbies. If I had the chance, I would have done so as well." "You've been bullied in the Sword Palace?" Yi Futian smiled at the three of them. "The three people beside you are the combination of the successors of the Baron State's 4 great swordsmen, excluding the Wuji sword. What do you think?" Su Kei said. He was the successor of the Tingxue sword while Zui Qianqiu was the successor of the Ghost sword. They could all be considered successors of sword demons. Indeed, apart from the sword Saint Villa's Yen Wuji, the three of them were the successors of the 4 great swordsmen. Had Su Kei's words hinted that they had joined forces? This was interesting. The Tingxue house's killer swordsman always acted alone. To be forced into joining forces with others probably meant that newbies had it tough no matter which palace they entered. These prideful fellows would evidently not succumb to the pressure. There were a few other people who walked to the elite position where Yi Futian was. Zhongli and Yang Jian were all newbies from their batch, but they had all gathered together. The people from the other positions were all watching this scene with interested expressions. Many people who saw Yi Futian gradually got to know his identity. Standing beside Hua Jieyu, the two of them did in fact look like a well-suited couple. It seems like the person who got first in this time's admission examination has strong rallying power, someone who was watching commented. Entering the Holy Ji Palace in the same batch, the first among them beat up the palace's seniors and made it to the 81st spot on the law rank. He will naturally become a benchmark for other new disciples. Moreover, the newbies who entered the Holy Ji Palace must have suffered a lot, someone smiled and said. In reality, the treatment they received was also similar. Under the competitive environment in the Holy Ji Palace, it was perfectly common for battles to happen. However, it seems like those from the Sage Palace have formed their own clique. There were people who looked in the direction of the Ken Palace and saw Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. They were also new disciples from the current batch, but they had followed Hua Fan here. The first of past batches have always entered the Sage Palace. This trend continued for many years and it has formed a tradition. They will always treat the previous generations first as their benchmark, but it seems that this batch is different. However, Hua Fan must definitely hope that Bai Zhe can take over his position and be superior to Yi Futian, someone in the crowd said. The first ranking on the law rank had been dominated by the Sage Palace for many years. Chapter 600, Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Holy Sage Pavilion was the best pavilion in the Holy Ji Palace and had a symbolic significance. According to some rumors in the palace at the moment, Bai Luli might have already been chosen as the next lord of Holy Sage Pavilion and he would manage the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Indeed, Holy Ji Palace was already paving the way for him. Hua Fan was ranked first on the law rank and was the most brilliant person after Bai Luli. The Holy Ji Palace similarly had high hopes for him. Shiman Hanjiang was ranked just below Hua Fan. Of course, in his batch, there were also a few others whose talents were no weaker than his. Going further down the rank, it would be Yi Futian's cohort. Although Yi Futian had emerged first in the entrance assessment of the palace, he had entered Battle Sage Palace, while Bai Zhe had entered Holy Sage Pavilion. Hua Fan would therefore clearly hope that Bai Zhe would top the law rank in the future. However, Yi Futian was already stronger than Bai Zhe in the assessment. Moreover, he had defeated Bai Zhe despite being one level lower. Bai Zhe would need to put in much effort to surpass him. No elders would be participating in the year-end sparring session in the Holy Ji Palace. All the disciples here were geniuses and the elders would only occasionally guide them. Most of the time, they would be relying on their own hard work and ability to comprehend new things. The Holy Ji Palace had plenty of cultivation resources. If a disciple had any questions, he could also ask the seniors around. There was no need for the elders to supervise everything. This was meant for noble plain disciples. After they became sages, the Holy Ji Palace would release all restrictions and allow them to do whatever they wanted. Even in the vast barren state, sage plain cultivators would be considered as extremely powerful. They would have a high position in any place. The year-end sparring session was an opportunity for the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to have friendly fights with and learn from each other. It was a tradition passed down the generations. Therefore, most disciples would participate to see the progress of the others. While the elders of the Holy Ji Palace would not be present, they would also be taking note of the outcome secretly. At the moment, disciples of the Holy Ji Palace were arriving one after another. The appearance of many people had attracted much attention. Clearly, all the disciples would be paying attention to those on the law rank. Suddenly, Hua Fan walked out from the Ken direction and stood in front of everyone else, looking at the rest. His long robe swung in the air and he looked indescribably elegant. It's the end of the year again. Every year, the Holy Ji Palace holds the year-end sparring session to examine the progress everyone's made over the year. Furthermore, you'll be fighting against each other. The session is non-competitive and does not have a ranking. You only need to display your skills casually and there are no rules. Most people should be aware of this, Hua Fan said. It's nice that this year, the Holy Ji Palace has admitted new disciples, which only occurs once every 3 years. We have many new people here. Juniors, you should make use of this opportunity to display your talents and the progress this upcoming year. There were no elders present during the session. Therefore, the first person on the law rank was the natural candidate for the host. After speaking, Hua Fan glanced at Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was the top performer among the newcomers, while Yu Sheng, Su Kei, and Hua Jieyu were also gathered beside him. Apart from Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing, the most powerful people among the newcomers were all around him. Hua Fan wanted to see how outstanding this newcomer, who had defeated Bai Zhe with a lower level and was ranked 81st on the law rank, really was. Apart from Hua Fan, many other people in various directions were also staring at Yi Futian, looking forward to his performance. People at any level could participate in the sparring session and they would all have a chance to display themselves. Yi Futian's level was somewhat low and he certainly would not be in the spotlight, but he could still display his skills. In the previous years, the top performers among the newcomers would all obtain a rank on the law rank after the sparring session. They might, in fact, even attain quite a good ranking. This year, Yi Futian was already ranked 81st on the law rank before the sparring session. Therefore, many people wanted to see which position Yi Futian could climb to after the sparring session. Let's begin, Hua Fan said. Everyone quietened down, but nobody walked out. Many people looked at Yi Futian and his friends. Since they were giving the juniors the opportunity to perform first, most people would obviously be looking at Yi Futian, the top performer. If Yi Futian and his friends did not walk out, those who did not do so well in the assessment would also not walk out first as to not be humiliated. The whole place fell into an awkward silence. Then, someone smiled and said, "Why are the newcomers this time so humble? You don't have to worry that you'll lose face by performing badly. This has been the case in all the previous years. Nobody will mock you. Just try your best," someone said. Yi Futian looked at everyone. He bowed slightly and smiling, he said, "The newcomers, including me, do not really know the rules, so will not go first. Seniors, please start the session, and you do not have to think for us all the time. I believe that when we are familiar with the rules, we'll certainly go up the stage and perform." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people had a strange expression on their face. Yi Futian's words did not have any problems, but Hua Fan had already asked the newcomers to go first. Was Yi Futian trying to refute Hua Fan by speaking like this? Indeed, this would very likely cause a misunderstanding. If Hua Fan really thought this, then many people looked at Hua Fan to see his reaction. However, his expression was just as usual, and he did not seem to have any emotions. "It's simple. Shiman, go and demonstrate," Hua Fan said. Then, a young man in a blue robe walked out. A somewhat sharp kind of coldness was being emitted from him and his temperament was extraordinary. He flew into the air and landed on the Zhonggong battle platform, after which he put his hand forward. Immediately, a freezing aura befell from the sky and the entire place was covered with a layer of frost. Snow started falling down. In this snowy world, a silver sword suddenly appeared. The snow was cold, but the sword was colder. Two of the statues behind the 9 halls diagrams also lit up as though they had felt the power released from Shimen Hanjiang. They started resonating with his power. In an instant, brilliant radiance was released from the two statues and a terrifying beam of light landed on Shimen Hanjiang's body. Then, a two-colored light circled around his body. The light from Shimen Hanjiang's sword was 7 zhang high, so was the freezing radiance around him. It caused the sword qi around him to become stronger and colder. Shiman Hanjiang is already in the upper noble plane. In a few years, he will probably be able to stand at the peak of the noble plane and try to break through into the sage plane. The radiance from both his sword and freezing aura is 7 zhang high, and it's because he is only releasing his aura. If he's at the climax of a fight, it might even go up to 8 zhang high. He is indeed the top performer of the assessment last cohort. Go onto the stage and release your aura. Display your abilities and ask someone to fight. Do you understand? Hua Fan said to Yi Futian. Withdrawing his aura, Shiman Hanjiang walked back to his original position. The radiance on the two statues also died down. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Just now, he could clearly feel that the two statues seemed to have turned alive. They actually formed some kind of resonance with the aura from Shiman Hanjiang, who was on the battle platform. The battle platform, 9 halls diagram, and 8 trigrams were indeed placed in special positions. It seemed like the statues and 9 halls diagrams were somehow connected and could sense each other. I understand. Yi Futian nodded. Then let's start properly, Hua Fan said again. However, after he said that, Yi Futian still seemed as if he had not heard anything. Instead of reacting, he only stood quietly there. Yi Futian did not have any other intentions. It was only that he did not want to go onto the stage and perform, at least not now. The sparring session was supposed to be a very casual event. Yi Futian had come here mainly to see how strong the other people of the Holy Ji Palace were and did not really want to display his abilities. Therefore, although he knew that Hua Fan and many others wanted to see him go onto the stage, he still made no moves. He simply did not want to. He did not have to go just because the others wanted him to. When he really wanted to perform, he would naturally walk out. Many people started smiling. The top performer this time was really somewhat interesting. It was no wonder many rumors claimed that he was shameless. Indeed, he would not act logically and did not care about others' feelings at all. Even Hua Fan could not change his decision. Hua Fan did not say anything directly, but he had already hinted something. However, Yi Futian still did not move. Clearly, nobody would think that Yi Futian did not know what was happening. All they could say was that Yi Futian really had a unique personality. Many people from Holy Sage Pavilion frowned and glanced coldly at Yi Futian. Hua Fan was the top in the law rank at the moment and had received a place in Sage Palace. Indeed, he was the best disciple here after Bai Luli. Even Shiman Hanjiang would listen to his orders. On the other hand, the top performer deliberately gave no face to Hua Fan. Suddenly, a person walked out from the Ken direction. It was Bai Zai. Since Yi Futian did not walk out, he would do it. During the assessment battle, Bai Zai was badly humiliated. Over several months, he had been putting in his best to cultivate. He knew that Yi Futian must also be becoming stronger, but he still believed in himself. At the very least, he had to try. His brother, Bai Luli, was a saint to be, the most talented person in the barren state. Bai Zai would not allow such a defeat to stay with him. Even if he was to lose again, he would still not give up. The people from White Cloud City had their own pride and they would never think that they were lesser than anyone else. Bai Zai walked onto the Zhonggong battle platform and glanced at the 8 statues in the air. Then, he released his eye of devastation. At once, the spiritual chi of various elements around him raged and a horrifying artistic conception was born. It was as if all the spiritual chi was being controlled by him at the moment. The statues lit up one after another, and only one of them did not light up. A 7-colored radiance circled around him and it was 4 zhang high. With his current level, it was already very amazing for him to achieve this. Many people seemed to be surprised. He was indeed the second lord of White Cloud City. Bai Zai was not weak, but how about Yi Futian? Bai Zai raised his head. Looking at Yi Futian who was in the Li direction, he said, I'm Bai Zai from Holy Sage Pavilion. I would like to challenge Yi Futian from Battle Sage Palace. Since Bai Zhe called for a specific opponent, it was already a challenge. Everyone looked at Yi Futian. It was almost certain that this time, the top performer would not be able to avoid the battle. Yi Futian glanced emotionlessly at Bai Zhe. He totally disliked Bai Zhe, who had invited Hua Jieyu to join Holy Sage Pavilion right before him. "A loser has no right to challenge me," Yi Futian said. Right away, Bai Zhe's sharp look froze on the spot and his face darkened rapidly. He wanted to wash his old shame off. However, Yi Futian's words were hitting him directly on his face. Chapter 601, Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. Air. Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. Air. In the crowd, Yun Feng's face was also particularly gloomy. If he also challenged Yi Futian later and received the same reply, he would be stuck in an awkward situation and lose all his face. At the moment, Bai Zhe was precisely in an extremely embarrassing spot. He was left on the Zhonggong battle platform just like this. However, he actually could not refute Yi Futian's words. Everyone knew that he had lost to Yi Futian in the assessment battle. It's different today. We have both entered the Holy Ji Palace. This is the sparring session, Bai Zhe said coldly. Yi Futian was deliberately humiliating him. Yi Futian glanced at Bai Zhe with much contempt. Obviously, he knew that this would cause Bai Zhe to feel awkward time, but he couldn't care less about his feelings. In the past, Bai Zhe had been acting superior. He had ignored Yi Futian's presence and disgraced Yi Futian openly. Bai Zhe was actually correct in some sense. Today was indeed different. In the past, Bai Zhe was the second young lord of White Cloud City, a famous genius. He was the most probable candidate for the top performer in the Holy Ji Palace assessment, while Yi Futian was known to none. On the other hand, both of them were Holy Ji Palace disciples at the moment. Bai Zhe wanted to regain his glory, but Yi Futian was too busy to play with him. Precisely because it's the sparring session, I'm not playing such a game with you. Otherwise, you will not receive a second chance after losing again, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. If one day, your ranking on the law rank is higher than or close to mine, maybe I will consider accepting your challenge. Today, you're far from being a worthy opponent for me. Yi Futian's cold and toneless voice slammed onto Bai Zhe's face like a violent slap. In particular, his last line caused Bai Zhe's aura to erupt uncontrollably. As the second young lord of White Cloud City, Bai Zhe had never been humiliated like this. Above all, he was being shamed before all the other disciples. Everyone present stared at Yi Futian, looking interested. The top performer of the assessment was indeed way too arrogant and everyone was looking forward to his performance. Yet, even when Bai Zhe challenged Yi Futian himself, Yi Futian still rejected it straight away. During the sparring session, when someone asks you to have a fight, even if your level is much higher, you should still accept the battle and guide your opponent. This is the whole point of the sparring session, someone from the Ken direction suddenly said. It was a cultivator who had a sharp expression on his face. He looked in Yi Futian's direction and continued coldly, "You have just entered the palace. You are too imperious." The person who just spoke was called Duyu. He was a descendant of an elder from Holy Sage Pavilion and his talents were indeed extraordinary. He had a senior who was in the same generation as the Lord of White Cloud City and they had cultivated in Holy Sage Pavilion together in the past. Yi Futian was the top performer this year and was ranked 81st on the law rank, but he was still just a grade 8 noble, a newcomer. He had rebutted Hua Fan's words just now and also humiliated Bai Zhe publicly at the moment. Arrogant, he did not look like a newcomer at all. It depends on who I am talking to, Yi Futian replied, smiling. Many people looked at Bai Zhe with some sympathy. Bai Zhe was really unlucky to have such an opponent. Yi Futian had humiliated Bai Zhe with every sentence. Bai Zhe's face had already turned completely dark. Staring at the people around Yi Futian, he said, "You're avoiding the fight, but nobody beside you has beaten me, right?" Who wants to accept my challenge? Hearing Bai Zai's words, Yi Futian was somewhat surprised. Bai Zai was really digging his own grave. This being the case, he would allow the second young lord of White Cloud City to remember this day forever. Yu Sheng, be quick and clean, Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Sheng. During the assessment that time, Yu Sheng lost only because Su Ke was able to target his weakness. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had been noting Yu Sheng's improvement. He would be able to easily deal with Bai Zai. Yu Sheng nodded, after which he flashed and jumped into the air. Then, he landed on the Zhonggong battle platform below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire platform vibrated. From just his burly, violent body, everyone could feel how powerful he was. They knew that Yu Sheng had also managed to enter the top 10 in the assessment. Just like Yi Futian, he had entered the Holy Ji Palace when he was only a grade 9 noble. He should not be underestimated. Looking at Yu Sheng's appearance, Bai Zai felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. Yu Sheng's huge eyes were extremely cold. He was present when Bai Zai invited Hua Jieyu personally. That time, he had left Bai Zai to Yi Futian. Since he was the one fighting this time, he would, of course, not show any mercy. Bang! Dark golden radiance bloomed. A suit of demonic armor appeared on his body and a pair of demonic wings behind his back. A dark golden demonic halberd condensed in his hand and an extremely violent martial will erupted. The might from his will immediately swept across the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Bai Zai felt that a demon had just appeared before him, waiting for him to surrender himself. Yu Sheng was actually pressuring Bai Zai with martial will. Bai Zai released his life spirit. A terrifying pair of pupils and his spell scroll spirit appeared at the same time. Then, a powerful wave of spiritual will bloomed and the entire place seemed to have turned into a grey world. Yu Sheng felt as though an invisible hand was grabbing him, wanting to drag him into the destructive grey world. In his mind, the pair of grey eye of devastation was causing him to lose himself. Spiritual attacks were most appropriate when fighting against martial arts cultivators. However, at the moment, an illusory, dark gold demon appeared in Yu Sheng's mind, guarding him. His demonic method focused mainly on martial arts, but it also contained a way to train his spiritual energy, namely the demonic meditation. It could allow his spiritual energy to be very stable. Although it contained little damaging abilities, it was sufficient for him to defend against spiritual attacks so that this would at least not become his weakness. Demonic might erupted wildly. Yu Sheng's body seemed to have turned into a black whirlpool, rapidly engulfing all the powers around him. That included the spiritual qi that was controlled by the Eye of Devastation. In the sky above the arena, many dark golden demonic halberds actually appeared. They then charged forcefully towards Bai Zai. Bai Zai raised his head to look at the halberds which had appeared in the sky and his face was only filled with coldness. Was Yu Sheng trying to hurt him with this kind of attack in his eye sorcery zone? Even the speed of the halberds seemed to be restricted. Bai Zai extended his hand. Right away, many frightening golden light runes appeared before him, turning into a defensive screen. When the halberds landed, many violent bangs were produced, but the screen remained intact. As the demonic halberds were falling down, an alarming golden radiance was also flowing on Yu Sheng's body. Many beams of golden light penetrated across his body, all the way to his feet. Immediately, his power shot up again. In the sky, two of the stone statues lit up, one of which was extremely dazzling. Some of the radiance poured down onto Yu Sheng's body and actually became 6 shang high. What? Some of the cultivators looked at the statues, astonished. The light from the statue glittered, as if it was heavily stimulated. Why would Yu Sheng, a mere grade 8 noble, cause such an intense response? Was his artistic conception of martial arts really this strong? Dong! With a loud bang, Yu Sheng stomped his feet onto the ground and jumped into the air. His demonic wings flapped, and his speed was as quick as lightning. In an instant, his body penetrated across the space. Then he fell down from the sky and stepped towards Bai Zai as if he was a god from the heaven. Yu Sheng raised his arm and threw out the demonic halberd in his hand in midair. The halberd turned into a striking bolt of lightning and punctured through the air. With a loud bang, the golden light screen below was crushed directly. Bai Zai's face darkened. Yu Sheng's way of fighting was too domineering. Bai Zai could not move Yu Sheng at all with his spiritual energy. His eye of devastation was useful against spells, but highly ineffective against such a brutal martial arts cultivator. Bai Zai used all his might to stimulate his spell scroll spirit. At once, many spell scrolls flew out from his life spirit, giving birth to a destructive power. It was much stronger than when he fought with Yi Futian. Activating the Almighty Thunder Guide, countless chains of Thunder God immediately appeared on Yu Sheng's body. At the same time, many spell scrolls circled around him, wildly devouring the spiritual qi in the sky. Many storms bloomed, and a golden lotus was being born. Bai Zai extended his hand. The roaring, golden storms converged together, forming a destructive golden lotus which had 81 petals. The petals of the lotus rotated wildly, destroying everything around them like sharp blades. Die! Bai Zai roared coldly in his mind. The deadly golden lotus charged towards Yu Sheng, who was coming towards him from the air. After being defeated by Yi Futian last time in just one strike, he was motivated by the bitter experience. In the end, he finally managed to learn this combined spell whose power was simply calamitous. Bang! Two brilliant beams of light erupted from Yu Sheng's feet as he continued coming down. His dark golden, demonic body seemed to have become even more intimidating, and he stepped towards the destructive lotus. Is he mad? Many people were bewildered. Yu Sheng was trying to kill himself. Was he going to take such a horrifying spell with his body? Even if he had entered Battle Sage Palace and was learning body-enhancing techniques from Sage Dojan, he should not be so crazy. After all, Bai Zai was powerful, and this particular spell was even more hair-raising. You're the one who's trying to kill yourself. Bai Zai thought as he stared at Yu Sheng, who was in the air. Then, Yu Sheng stepped onto the destructive lotus directly. An ear-piercing noise erupted, followed by a loud bang. A godlike figure continued stamping down, and it was none other than Yu Sheng. Although the dark golden armor on his body had already shattered, he had survived the attack from the golden lotus. Bai Zai retreated backward. However, following a loud noise, Yu Sheng landed on the ground and grabbed Bai Zai's foot with his hand directly. Bai Zai's body had just left the ground when he froze at his spot. Immediately, his face turned pale. Feeling the power from Yu Sheng's hand, he was actually somewhat fear-stricken. In the next instant, he felt his body fly into the air. He quickly enveloped his body in spiritual qi for protection. Bang! After a loud bang, Bai Zai was nearly unconscious. Nobody knew how many of his bones were broken, and his mind was totally blank. Countless people stared motionlessly at the burly figure, astounded. After smashing Bai Zai on the ground just once, Yu Sheng let go of him. However, Bai Zai continued lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Dong! With another loud bang, Yu Sheng jumped off the battle platform and ascended into the air, returning to the Li position. Yi Futian widened his eyes at Yu Sheng in dissatisfaction and said secretly, "I only asked you to be quick and clean, not to be so serious." Yu Sheng's external defense was broken, and his shirt also had many holes, through which some blood stain could be seen. Clearly, even though he had activated his acupoints to release more power, his body was still damaged under the destructive power. He could have finished the battle in other ways. Of course, this was indeed the quickest and cleanest way. From the start to the end, he trampled Bai Zai. "I'm fine. Already used to it these days," Yu Sheng replied. Yi Futian was speechless. As for Bai Zai, he would spend his remaining time in the Holy Ji Palace in sheer embarrassment. Chapter 602, Baize's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Baize's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Many thought that while Baize would not have been able to achieve what his brother was capable of, he would have at least become some important figure known by all. No one expected that he would have been beaten and humiliated by Yi Futian during the battles to qualify them for entrance. Worse still, he ended up being walked over by Yu Sheng in his sparring session in his very first year entering the palace. Baize's reputation was practically in the gutter. Baize found it difficult to live with dignity inside the Holy Ji Palace. Those two battles were simply too intense, especially the sparring session. He was practically being slaughtered. If Yu Sheng's plane was higher than Baize's, that would have been seen simply as the natural course of things, as it was normal to be bullied by one of a higher level. There would have been nothing humiliating about his loss if not for the fact that Yu Sheng was the one with a lower plane. That battle was simply too brutal for Baize in more ways than one. Many from the Holy Sage Pavilion felt rather uneasy at everything that took place. Even Hua Fan thought they had taken it too far, judging by how badly battered Baize ended up. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng held nothing back in ridiculing Baize, which was more than enough to crush his pride and destroy his confidence. However one would have put it, Baize was still Bai Luli's biological brother. Futian and Yu Sheng simply did not give any face to Bai Luli or the Holy Sage Pavilion when they went about pounding Baize. But then again, Yu Sheng's strength was indisputable. He was thought to have been trained in Sage Dozhan's art at body refinement, as he sported appallingly powerful constitution. That, coupled with his own training in demonic arts, practically made him a devil. Many were astonished by what Yu Sheng was capable of. From the looks of things, the second most powerful among the newly added students was not Baize, it was Yu Sheng. It was the first time that a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion ended up completely overwhelmed by a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. With Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both studying in the Battle Sage Palace, the upper ranks of the law rank would probably end up being bagged by the Battle Sage Palace. It was a situation that could have been overturned by the Holy Sage Pavilion if someone from there turned out to be some tremendous genius. That one battle allowed Yu Sheng to demonstrate his prowess that was worthy of being ranked in the top 3 in the law rank in the future. Just how far are those two going to go with things? Su Ke mumbled right beside Yi Futian. It was him who had bested Yu Sheng before, however, Su Ke did not manage to end up overwhelming Yu Sheng. He won only because he was taking the attrition warfare approach with Yu Sheng. Had both of them actually clashed head-on, Su Ke might have actually been the one who ended up losing. But then again, Su Ke trained in the killing arts and cared little about how he won. It was even more obvious that Yu Sheng had gotten stronger, and considerably so. Baize clashed head-on with such a monster, and it was only natural that he ended up losing terribly. Su Ke stepped onto the platform in a flash, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword aura around him whipped about in furious howl, as streaks of formless currents of the sword flowed between the heavens and the earth. Su Ke was a grade 6 noble, and it was a given that he had become even more formidable. Lights from 2 statues were seen showering down onto him. Su Ke from the Sword Palace. Is there any one of the seniors here who wish to spar with me? Su Ke asked. A grade 5 noble went onto the stage and said, I've always wanted to see how powerful the killing arts of the sword of the Tingxue house are. It seems like I've gotten my wish. The figure taking the challenge leaped into the air, but Su Ke vanished from where he stood before his opponent made it to the ground. The faces of many looked funny. Strike without proper announcement, eh? Su Ke had launched his attack before the figure was even able to stand up properly. Su Kei's opponent lashed out with a palm attack, bringing the force of the mountains to bear on Su Kei in the front while being on guard against any attacks coming from the back. Streaks of killing sword aura went to attack him from the back, and all carried intense murderous intent. He responded by lashing out with his palms on both sides of his body. Cracking noises were heard instead. The overwhelming huge palm attack striking at the front ended up being cut right in the middle. A sword went swooping by at tremendous speeds as if it was something that came from the heavens, heading for the throat of its target. The attack carried intense cold, sending chills to everyone's bones. The battle ended before the one who answered the challenge was even able to make it to the ground. "I'm sorry if I have offended you." That was the sword technique of Tingxue House. No patterns, no rules, just seizing any opportunities there were to be seized. Su Kei sheathed his sword and backed away. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was the one who answered the challenge who claimed to want to know what the sword techniques of Tingxue House were like, and as such, he could not have blamed Su Kei for striking so suddenly. Everything happened so quickly that he was unable to process anything. However, other than the element of surprise, it was still true that Su Kei was powerful, as he ranked 5th in the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace. It was only natural for him to become one ranked in the upper ranks of the law rank in the future. He would at least be able to make it to the top 20. However, the one he fought was not one personally instructed by the palace lord, but one who advanced from the 1,000 Holy Islands. Even if he were to fight squarely with Su Kei, there was no certainty that he would have come out on top. That attack would have been even more ferocious if it came from the front, Yi Futian said to himself after watching Su Kei fight. Yi Futian was thinking that Su Kei had definitely merged the essence of the sword techniques of the master of Tingxue House with those learned from the sword demon. It seems like the little brothers who entered this time around all sport incredible prowess. It would be wise to take them seriously, Hua Fan said. Many spectators looked amused. While the sparring session was definitely an opportunity for the newbies to show what they were capable of, the stage still belonged to the old-timers. Every time there were newbies to fight, everyone would allow the newbies to demonstrate their abilities for a bit before the old-timers went in to teach them a lesson. However, the newbies from that particular batch were interesting, especially those who had experienced sparring sessions 3 years ago. They felt the talents demonstrated by this particular batch were possibly higher than that of the last batch. At the very least, from the looks of things at the moment, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Su Kei performed admirably. Hua Jieyu of Daozang Palace was also a divine spiritual sorcerer, and it was a given that she was meant for great things in the future. Understood. Many went on to try their hands against the newbies, and the fights felt rather fun. There was nothing wrong with finding something amusing to do before the true mighty ones on the law rank were pitted against each other. Yuan Zhan stepped out and made it onto the platform. Its wild body coursed with overwhelming force. He looked like a meaty mountain made of gold by just standing. A mighty one who seemed to be basking in dazzling golden lights walked out, looking down on the ape. Many who saw him walking out looked amused. Yuan Zhan is really going to get hurt really bad. The one who walked out was someone from Tianqing Pavilion, a grade 4 noble with incredible powers. Boom! Yuan Zhan stepped forward and began running in the battlefield. His opponent, however, simply stood in the air, basking in showers of light. Rows of golden halberds appeared behind him, and lightning crackled about as if the end of the world was near. The golden halberds fell from the sky with a loud crackle of thunder, out to kill everything below. Ning Huang's god-slaying halberd. Yi Futian watched the battle closely. The figure from Tianqing Pavilion was probably a student of Elder Ning. Yuan Zhan conjured a golden staff and struck with the 9 heavenly attacks. However, his opponent was simply too powerful. One halberd after another fell, accompanied by bolts of lightning as if they were some form of divine punishment dealt on their target. A devastating thunder halberd fell from the sky soon after. The staff in Yuan Zhan's hand was utterly destroyed, and he ended up falling hard onto the ground with a roar. The golden halberds kept raining from the sky, landing around his body. Bullying at its finest, Yi Shaoshi said coldly at the scene. That is something everyone here has been through, Qi Jia added. But bullying newbies of my place, the Battle Sage Palace, eh? Other newbies walked up one by one, and every one of them ended up overpowered. Furthermore, they went about bullying newbies of other pavilions or palaces. Yi Wuqian was also targeted by people of Tianqing Pavilion and was brutally bashed. Yi Shaoshi, Zhongli, and all others were no exceptions. When Hua Jieyu stepped forth, it was Xiang Zhiqin, a disciple of Daozang Palace, who went to face her. Xiang Zhiqin was the princess of the Xiang kingdom. It was a given that she was powerful, and she went on to overwhelm Hua Jieyu. Our little sister here possesses exceptional talents indeed, being able to reach grade 7 noble in less than a year. Furthermore, she's a divine spiritual sorcerer. I would advise you to quiet yourself and train hard. Lian Yuqing of Daozang Palace stood at a corner watching Hua Jieyu on the platform and commented. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, "Thank you for guidance, seniors." She went to take her place beside Yi Futian as soon as she finished. Lian Yuqing looked in Futian's direction and said, "You are now the only one who has yet to step onto the Zhonggong battle platform among all the new students this year. It's better to not miss the chance to learn from this opportunity." Learn? Yi Futian smirked. No newbies after Su Ke managed to win, and their opponents were those who seemed to target each one of them specifically. They did well in teaching the newbies by pummeling them to the ground. "I don't see any meaning to all of this," Yi Futian said plainly. "All of you new little brothers and sisters were proud sons and daughters, and you all had an intense ego. This served as an opportunity to warn all of you to never be arrogant and keep your feet on the ground with your training. It is also an encouragement of sorts," Lian Yuqing elaborated. "Whatever you say, senior." Yi Futian smiled. "I just think that as new students, the sparring sessions should have been one where we juniors get to watch our seniors fight, so as to remind ourselves to be diligent in our training. There is simply no meaning for us juniors to fight our seniors. If that is indeed so useful, why don't you seniors go pick fights with the sages and encourage yourselves? Is it not a part of your training to find out what you lack in battle and find out parts of yourself to improve?" Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. "I don't see the need to do so." Yi Futian said, "If there is anything lacking with us juniors, that would be level in planes. There is hardly anything else. You are indeed the champion. So arrogant." Many smirked at his comments. While such ways of encouragement did have its demerits, it had become the tradition of the place. As new students, they were expected to simply take it without question. However, Yi Futian seemed adamant on challenging the rules. "That way you put it, is it to say that other than differences in planes, there is nothing that sets you apart from your seniors?" Lian Yuqing added, "Even those who ranked high on the law rank dared not say that they were free from weaknesses and reigned supreme over others. The sparring sessions have always served as a platform to find out one's own weaknesses by fighting others. This is to improve." Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing and smiled brightly, then said, "Indeed." The eyes of everyone present turned to look at Yi Futian. He actually said, "Indeed." I have never seen a newbie so insolent. Even Bai Luli did not behave in such an arrogant manner when he first entered the Holy Ji Palace. Seems like the number one this time is indeed different from everyone else. Yi Futian, in turn, returned the gazes beamed at him, without any care about what they thought. Many new students looked at him and thought him to be immensely pompous. Qi Jia blinked and felt impressed. Our little brother is indeed no common folk. I never thought he would be daring enough to say something like that in front of his seniors. Chapter 603, Lian Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozang Palace, asking to spar with Yun Feng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yun Feng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yun Feng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Lien Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozang Palace, asking to spar with Yun Feng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yun Feng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yun Feng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Yi Futian came to rank 81st since that last battle. Yun Feng, on the other hand, was eliminated from the law rank. He had been in a deep depression since, and his training stagnated. As Yun Feng's senior, Lien Yuqing was very dissatisfied with Yi Futian. While Lien Yuqing acknowledged Yi Futian's talents and thought him to be one who would reach top 3 in law rank in the future, the new student was nonetheless little more than a junior who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. The newbie, however, was incredibly rude and tremendously insolent. Lien Yuqing resented people with such personalities. The arrogant newbie even went so far as to say that he did not see any difference between the new students and their seniors, other than the difference in planes. Cultivation as a whole and the increase in planes came with the increase in one's awareness and comprehension. As a grade 1 noble, Lien Yuqing knew that very, very well. There were bound to be great differences of various sorts between those of lower planes and those of higher planes. The difference was far more vast than what Yi Futian had stated. If one with such arrogance and exceptional talent were to become powerful, it was a certain thing that they would have turned out to be nasty people who went about doing as they fancied. You are quite insolent indeed, Lien Yuqing looked at Yi Futian and said. He grew to dislike the newbie even more. Are you saying that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way but difference in planes? Shiman Hanjiang quipped. The way Yi Futian had put it was indeed too arrogant. Even he, the champion of the last batch, found Yi Futian insufferable. Shiman Hanjiang saw not even a single hint of humility in Yi Futian. All he saw was arrogance and rudeness. Hua Fan's gaze turned to Yi Futian as well. Yi Futian had never been one to follow rules right from the very beginning. Hua Fan came to know that from the very moment Yi Futian was accepted into the Holy Ji Palace. He had not been paying much attention to the newbie at first and had only heard things about Yi Futian. The disciples of various palaces and pavilions took an increasing interest in the champion of this very batch of newbies. There were many rumors circulating about Yi Futian in the Holy Ji Palace. He was called pretentious, vile, horny, and shameless. It seemed that he had even behaved insolently around Yun Shuisheng in front of everyone. His reputation was quite literally in the gutter. It was not until he stepped into Daozang Palace, made peace with Yun Shuisheng, went on the battle platform and beat Yun Feng that his reputation began to take a turn for the better. Hua Fan was finally able to see Yi Futian with his very own eyes, and everyone seemed to get to know Yi Futian in the flesh better. His flamboyant attitude, blatant disregard for rules, and even his handsome face, all seemed to speak volume about his pride and confidence. Such people were utter geniuses. Yi Futian might have still been a low-grade noble for the time being, but no one could guess how he would turn out if he became a sage one day. Yi Futian cast his gaze at everyone present and said, if the sparring sessions are simply meant for gauging each other's strengths, there would have been nothing wrong with them. How it is done here, however, is simply an excuse for some to immerse themselves in the twisted joy of bullying those who come later. How is this even sparring? I participated with the intention to learn, to truly see the seniors spar against one another, and develop a comprehension about what I lack personally. I believe most newbies felt like I did. But from the battles that have taken place before, I failed to see any meaning in them. Yi Futian went on to look at everyone present. If all here actually believe that being oppressed equals being encouraged, why don't you all get tortured by the elders of the place a time or two and encourage yourselves? During training, disciples at the top of the noble plane go looking for sages to evaluate their own progress. Do they have to spell it out for you? Lian Yuqing added plainly, while the sparring sessions were indeed a little bit too intense, doing so allowed for seniors to demonstrate their capabilities in front of the juniors, to test themselves out and to allow juniors develop an even deeper comprehension of many things. Yet, all you were able to see was how people of higher planes trampled over those of lower planes? Or rather, as you have said before, do you think that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way? That it's just a mere difference in planes? A tinge of anger was heard within Lian Yuqing's words, and his usual composure was cracking. No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. It is so indeed. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. Cultivation is something done in phases. One will develop some measure of comprehension when one reaches a certain plane. Cultivators themselves need to have absolute confidence in themselves or they will fail to reach for greater heights. It isn't just me I'm talking about, I mean every single one of the new students who has been defeated today. I don't think any one of them is inferior to any one of you seniors. It is just a difference in planes, that is all. I believe they all feel the same. As soon as Yi Futian finished talking, the newbies, who had their share of getting beaten up, all turned to sport sharp looks on their faces and went on to stand tall and proud, shooting their gaze at the likes of Lian Yuqing. The sessions had all of them feeling frustrated and deeply resentful. Yi Futian had simply spoken what was on their mind on their behalf. Lian Yuqing smirked at Yi Futian's words and said, "What you have just said is another matter altogether. You are indeed good with words. Is this your excuse of not stepping into the platform?" Yi Futian had claimed to speak for everyone, and it was only natural that his words were taken as truths. Here is where you are mistaken again. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. You said it yourself, if such sessions were meant to have the newbies be aware of their own shortcomings, I indeed believe that there is no need for me to battle. Many looked rather amused at the words he just uttered. Is he admitting that he was being arrogant before? So you mean to? Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. What I meant was that I was not interested in battling before. Now, it is the opposite. Yi Futian spared a glance at Lian Yuqing before flashing and leaping onto the Zhonggong battle platform beneath. All eyes were on him at that very moment. Yi Futian bowed at everyone present and went to look up at everyone, saying, "Since this is my chance to verify what was being said about the sparring sessions, I'd like to do it my way to prove what I have just said, and to let all seniors here see what I had in mind with such sessions. Is there any senior here willing to give me time to prove my words?" Many turned to look at Hua Fan, and he, in turn, turned to look at Yi Futian and said, "Very well." Hua Fan wanted to see for himself how Yi Futian would go about proving anything. Yi Futian nodded. He looked at everyone again and spoke, "My plane is low, as I'm but a grade 8 noble. If any of the seniors were to come spar with me, there would be no doubt that I would end up losing. Since this is a sparring session and the seniors think there is more to it than just being of a higher plane compared to the newbies, I'd like seniors who have fought the juniors before, to come spar with me." He cast his glance at the ones from Tianqing Pavilion as soon as he was done talking, and added, "Are you the one who fought against Yuan Zhan earlier, senior? I would like to know, in what ways are you better than me, other than being of a higher plane?" Everyone within earshot looked bemused and came to somehow understand what he was trying to pull. This is one unbridled asshole indeed. He went pointing out individuals and asked how they were better than he was. How is anyone supposed to answer such a question? If the ones asked were unable to answer his question, it would have simply verified what he said before, that other than the difference in plane, they were no better than the juniors they had just bullied. Yi Shaoshi looked at the scene, dumbfounded, before looking rather amused. He knew that little brother of his well, after all. That little shit isn't trying to prove anything about the sparring sessions. He was simply trying to find a logical excuse to exact his revenge. Yi Shaoshi felt very astonished, thinking that his little brother was indeed the little brother he knew, one who stood tall and proud exacting his revenge. He had not, however, expected so many to have fallen into his little brother's trap. That disciple of Tianqing Pavilion glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes, then said with an equally cold tone, "I specialize in martial arts attacks, blending my will into the situation of things. We can't fight here due to our differences in planes. How are you going to prove anything?" "Of course I can," Yi Futian said and leaped into the air. His speed was frightening as he gathered terrifying aura about him. Overwhelming martial arts will burst from his body. The martial arts statue shone the most brightly among all the 8 statues, which appeared within an instant. The force gathered became increasingly powerful. Yi Futian lashed out with his hand and conjured a staff in his hand. He stepped forward and dealt a strike with the staff. The air was shaken, yet there was no stopping the growth of his aura. The force gathering about him became more terrifying. The shining statue's light grew increasingly bright and blinding. Yi Futian made consecutive attacks with his staff, and every strike felt like a thunderstorm, fearsome and unyielding. When he dealt his 5th attack, shadows of the staff were seen everywhere on the platform. The tremendous force went about pounding away at the air as the shining statue glowed with blinding light. He did not lash out with the 6th attack but stood in the air after dealing 5 blows. Many felt themselves trembling after seeing how he moved. While he was only a mere grade 8 noble, that force that he had just demonstrated in front of everywhere was extremely terrifying. He was, after all, the champion. Yun Feng's face went pale. He knew that even if he were to ask for a rematch, there was simply no way he would be able to beat Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look at that Tianqing Pavilion disciple and said, "I now ask for your guidance." He excused himself after he was done saying that. Yi Futian's techniques with the staff, his bearing, power of the body, and martial arts will all seem to have blended perfectly. That Tianqing Pavilion disciple looked incredibly troubled. While his plane was indeed far higher than Yi Futian's, and there was no doubt that his power would have been able to overwhelm what was demonstrated by Yi Futian, none of the spectators were blind. As soon as he made his move, everyone could tell who was better in terms of mastery of the art. Yi Futian seemed to be telling everyone with his actions that was the sparring sessions that he had in mind. "Senior," Yi Futian said. The person he addressed was now looking immensely troubled, as there was no way he could finish this without making a fool of himself. "I admit defeat," that disciple of Tianqing Pavilion said, causing an uproar from everyone present. It was to say that other than being of higher plane, he had admitted that the art that he was best at, proved inferior compared to Yi Futian. His actions, in turn, verified what Yi Futian said before. "What about you, senior?" Yi Futian looked at the one who had bested Yi Wuchen before, also a disciple of Tianqing Pavilion. That person looked troubled as well, as he specialized in martial arts just like the one Yi Futian challenged. "So, even you seem to think that you only have the advantage in terms of the difference in planes," Yi Futian quipped with a smirk at the other party's utter silence. He went on to look at Xiang Zhiqin. "How about you?" Xiang Zhiqin had beaten Hua Jieyu before. Resonance of wills, blending into spells. "How will you prove your superiority?" Xiang Zhiqin glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian stood silently. Fearsome spiritual qi circulated about him in an instant. Many were able to feel intensely dangerous martial arts willpower, and then, streaks of white flames danced in the air. The flames grew increasingly intense around him, and many were able to feel the eerie fires from above the Zhonggong battle platform, fires which felt incredibly cold. The fires felt as if they were capable of sucking the marrow from one's bones, and packed tremendously devastating damage potential. 3 statues glowed brightly when the fires appeared, which meant that the fires packed powers of 3 different elements. When Yi Futian ceased casting the skill and stopped what he was doing, the fires remained dancing in the air, as if they were fires that were capable of burning indefinitely. Yi Futian looked up and said to Xiang Zhiqin, "Please, your guidance." Xiang Zhiqin felt the power infused with the fires and was speechless. Many were shocked to their core at the scene and came to understand what Yi Futian was trying to do. He was retaliating as the champion of the battles to gain entry into the Holy Ji Palace. He was retaliating against everyone and proving his point along the way. It was natural that Lien Yuqing came to understand what Yi Futian was trying to do, as he glared at the newbie with cold eyes. That guy is indeed a genius like no other. Lien Yuqing felt a bad taste in his mouth admitting that, but the truth remained the truth. You are indeed the champion, one to emerge once every 3 years. I have to admit that your talents are indeed exceptional. All of them are middle-grade nobles. While they are of higher planes, they are inferior compared to you in these areas demonstrated, and it is no surprise. Lien Yuqing went on to add, this hardly proves anything. Well then, what did all those battles before prove? Yi Futian looked at Lien Yuqing and continued, I wonder what you specialize in, senior. Countless eyes froze as soon as he finished. Did Yi Futian just ask Lien Yuqing that? Lien Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank. Lien Yuqing was startled himself, before shooting back at Yi Futian with a gaze as sharp as blades, I play the guqin. Do you? Yi Futian smiled and said, I know a thing or two about that. Chapter 604, Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lien Yuqing on the sparring place. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lien Yuqing on the sparring place. Yi Futian answered that he knew a thing or two. He even knows how to play the guqin. And is he really trying battle Lien Yuqing using the guqin? Isn't this going a little too far? Lien Yuqing isn't like those Futian has beaten. He is a grade 1 noble, and furthermore, one who at the pinnacle of the plane, and ranked 5th on the law rank. The progression of one's cultivation was usually as most guessed, the higher one's plane, the deeper one's comprehension in all areas became. No one thought an outlier like Yi Futian would have appeared, let alone one capable enough to beat both the Tianqing Palace and Xiangji Qin. However, it was only natural that Lien Yuqing's comprehension was definitely higher than Yi Futian's, as he was, after all, a grade 1 noble ranked 5th on the law rank. Just how did Futian think he was going to best Lien Yuqing playing the guqin? This is a joke. It was true that Yi Futian had demonstrated extremely eye-catching talents prior to this and proved his worth as the champion of the entrance battles. He was even deemed capable of taking the entire Holy Ji Palace in 5 years. His name on the law rank would have been incredibly distinct as well. However, now he behaved like a thug. If he were to actually fight Lien Yuqing, wouldn't he just be trying to embarrass himself? Of course, there were also those among the spectators who knew that Yi Futian was good at playing the guqin, like Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Mingyue was Yi Futian's second older sister, and it was only natural that he knew where Yi Futian came from, as well as the reason why Zhuge Mingyue was able to go home, the guqin song played on Sky Mountain all those years back. He knew what others did not, for many of the students of the Holy Ji Palace had trained only within the palace for the past several years. They would not have known much about a nobody like Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had been unable to make it into the Holy Ji Palace, those senior students probably would not have even learned of his existence. But Zhuge Xing was nonetheless curious. Even though Yi Futian inherited the scores of the Yukio song passed down by the 2 emperors, is he actually capable of playing the subtleties of the song as intended? Just how does Yi Futian compare to one like Lien Yuqing in the art of the guqin? Lien Yuqing's eyes never moved away from Yi Futian all that while. Know a thing or two. So, you mean to test what you are capable of against me? Lien Yuqing asked calmly. He felt something was amiss. Yi Futian playing the guqin against me? Lien Yuqing recalled the day on the law battle platform where Yi Futian said that he would like to hear Lien Yuqing play a song sometime in the future. By that day, did he mean this today? Lien Yuqing became curious as to how capable Yi Futian was at playing the guqin and if Yi Futian was indeed as exceptional at the art of the guqin as he was at martial arts and sorcery. Even if he proves exceptional, so what? It would be my honor, Yi Futian said slowly as he fixed his gaze on Lien Yuqing. Lian Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the silhouette on the Zhonggong battle platform. The tone Yi Futian had taken was similar to when he spoke to the Tianqing Palace students and Xiang Zhiqin, calm, yet brimming with confidence. Lian Yuqing was puzzled about what Yi Futian actually based his confidence on, yet the origin of this said confidence hardly mattered. He believed Yi Futian would learn that while it was indeed important for cultivators to have faith in themselves, they were also required to know their place. You are a new one on the law rank, and it shouldn't be someone like me to teach you anything personally. However, since you are so eager to prove your skills with the Guqin, I am not in a position to refuse, Lian Yuqing replied and began taking his steps toward the Zhonggong battle platform. He dropped onto the platform and came face to face with Yi Futian. As both of them were standing on the Zhonggong battle platform and were going to determine who was better at the art of the Guqin, it was only natural for them to do it with Guqin songs. Yi Futian wanted to verify the validity of his idea about the sparring sessions, and as such, he was forbidden from fighting directly. There was, after all, little meaning for a grade 8 noble fight a grade 1 noble. How do you want to go about it? Lian asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian crossed his legs and sat. A Guqin appeared in front of him. He caressed the strings with both hands, and the aura around him changed into something else entirely in an instant. At that very moment, Yi Futian looked calm and collected, as if he had become one with the cosmos around him, and of course, one with the Guqin before him. I will let you decide on that, senior, Yi Futian said as he began plucking the strings. The sound of the Guqin was soon heard, depicting a realm within the minds of those within earshot, tranquil and peaceful like a silent night, casting off all worries and being kept company by nothing else but the sound of the instrument. The song was one capable of cleansing people's minds, enabling those who heard it to relax. That demonstration was devoid of the prickly, antagonistic air demonstrated prior. At the very moment, those who heard the song felt as if they were basking under moonlight while listening to a soothing melody, instead of being at the sparring place. The song was simple, yet the simple song was capable of bringing people of their levels into a realm that was so peaceful and quiet. Yi Futian's skill with the Guqin was indeed formidable. Yi Futian's mastery of the Guqin apparently was far more than what he had described himself, knowing a thing or two, and he was definitely a master at it. Seeing that tranquil and handsome young man playing the Guqin made everyone feel as if they were watching someone else altogether, as the one playing the instrument was devoid of any hint of obnoxiousness that he so happily demonstrated before. The spectators felt as if they were seeing another side of Yi Futian. Lian Yuqing knew what Yi Futian was trying to pull. He went on to sit cross-legged as well, and began playing the Guqin across from Yi Futian. The sound of his playing melded perfectly with the feeling exuded by Yi Futian. Sounds of both sides melded harmoniously with one another. Spectacular, many said to themselves. Lian Yuqing demonstrated his exceptional mastery at the art by blending in with Yi Futian's playing. While it was easy to learn to play the Guqin itself, it was very difficult to draw pictures in people's minds with it. Blending one's thoughts playing the Guqin with that exuded from the Guqin songs of others proved even more difficult. They seemed to clash and spar, using their own ways. Yi Futian's Guqin sounds went smoothly as intended, growing increasingly intense. It was as if a scroll painting was being unfolded gradually, being laid before the eyes of everyone. Yi Futian was not disturbed in any way by Lian Yuqing's playing. He kept playing his tune. The painting seemed to depict a young man learning to play the Guqin from a master. One simple Guqin song after another was blended seamlessly by Yi Futian into one song, as if every song had actually been a part of one long one. With the painting unfolded, the Guqin's sound spread out as well. The melody of the white feathers garment was heard and many felt as if they saw a palace before them. The young man was playing his Guqin there for amusement, yet he also seemed to have been fighting and arguing with someone else. Lian Yuqing was still playing. His style changed continuously, following Yi Futian's changes, and went on to stick closely to Yi Futian's tempo, blending his tune into the illustration. He played a dance tune as Yi Futian was playing melody of the white feathers garment, and the two seemed to be benefiting from each other. Lian Yuqing's playing hardly affected Yi Futian's sounds. The illustration of the songs was still in Yi Futian's control. The World, a song depicting the grace and glory of the world, was soon quickly replaced by a chaotic nation, singing about the sorrows and bloody, noble sacrifices of the world in chaos. As the intensity of the Guqin sounds grew, many were swept off their feet and taken into the realm illustrated by the Guqin sounds. Many saw Yi Futian's expression change, blending many simple tunes and making one perfect tune out of them. He even infused the song with his own emotions. The resulting image depicted was rich and vivid. Is this what you'd call knowing a thing or two? However, what Lian Yuqing was capable of seemed even more out of this world. Regardless of the illustrations of the songs played by Yi Futian, Liang Yuqing had no problem keeping up, blending Yi Futian's style with compatible tunes. There was never a hint of messiness, and it spoke volumes of Lian Yuqing's mastery at the art. He must have mastered countless Guqin songs, being able to play with such poise and composure. Both men demonstrated their art at Guqin through different means and styles. He is illustrating his own life and experiences using the instrument. Many listened quietly and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Yi Futian. The ups and downs and joys and sorrows of his life were made into something like a fine brew, all found within one song. One was able to feel the impulsive youth gradually turn into someone composed, reserved, and confident throughout his experiences. The state of his mind changed with the tune, yet the purity seemed to remain the same throughout. When the song, Elegance, was played at its climax, everyone's emotions burned alongside the sound of Yi Futian's playing. Streaks of light emanated from the statue, draping over Yi Futian as if it had achieved some mystical resonance with him. Lian Yuqing continued matching him with a compatible tune. The long robe reaching the floor billowed in the wind, making him seem like some legendary figure. Lian Yuqing is indeed a musical sorcerer ranked 5th on the law rank, able to blend seamlessly with other people's playing. While Yi Futian's skills with the Guqin are indeed those of a master, brimming with youthfulness, Lian Yuqing's mastery is superior in terms of technique. Many thought it impossible for Yi Futian to learn songs from Lian Yuqing. However, Yi Futian paused and smiled. Your art is definitely exceptional, befitting of one ranked 5th on the law rank, senior. You are not bad yourself, Lian Yuqing replied. The tune I will play next will not require you to play something compatible. If you were able to play something remotely similar, it would be my defeat, Yi Futian said. If I'm unable to, I'd be the one defeated instead, Lian Yuqing replied forcefully. He deemed himself unbeatable in the art of the Guqin. It is a song that I have acquired by chance. I seek your guidance for it, Yi Futian said, then lowered his head, plucking the strings. An illustration of some sort was born yet again, and it was different from what was played before. What Yi Futian was playing now was no longer about his own life, but was of a spectator telling the story of the life of another person. Lian Yuqing's expression was calm. He plucked the strings and played in a similar way. The faces of those around them began to change. They had heard the song on the day of the entrance battles. The one who played back then was Bai Luli. Furthermore, there were also some from the Holy Sage Pavilion who had heard the tune before, like Hua Fan. Yi Futian is able to play something like this? Many within earshot were swept into the intense illustration as the sound of the Guqin reverberated in the air. Even the statues around them began to emanate beams of light, like they were being touched by the Guqin's sound as well. Lian Yuqing began to look troubled. The tune seemed to be an exceptional kind. As time went by, he felt that it was rather difficult to keep up with. It was as if the tune was trying to knock him over. Those adept at the Guqin knew to appreciate the songs played. Yi Futian's song directly interfered with Lian Yuqing's mind. It was as if that song had no equivalent. At the very least, Lian Yuqing did not feel the songs he knew were qualified enough to match it. His fingers plucked on the strings furiously. The speed of the tune he played slowed, then was sustained by only his exceptional mastery at the art. When the painting illustrated by the tune was unfolded, it was a mighty, brimming piece. The state depicted by the sound was that of a whole world, the heart of kings and emperors. All 8 statues were influenced by the tune, emanating dazzling beams of light in pulses, showering onto Yi Futian. Spiritual qi danced around in the air, and the spiritual qi in the Zhonggong battle platform pulsed to the tempo of the guqin sounds. Lian Yuqing looked incredibly troubled by then, however, he did not stop. The tunes he played changed from one to another, and exceptional sounds kept emanating from his instrument. But then again, even his exceptional mastery proved inadequate to cover the one played by Yi Futian. His tune became encroached one time after another, for the tune of kings and emperors would not tolerate being defiled by other sounds. Stronger illustrations were born. Wind danced on the Zhonggong battle platform and the 8 statues emanated dazzling light that circled around Yi Futian. The beams grew increasingly tall. Countless eyes were set on the silhouette of Yi Futian playing. With intense emotions welling up inside them, the spectators watched him play. Their minds seemed to have been entirely carried away by the illustrations drawn by the song, as if telling an incredibly epic legend. It told of the divine prefecture, its history and culture, the chaotic world and the yearning for one to bring order. The illustration became increasingly powerful and vivid as the tune went on. All 8 statues glowed with bright, tall beams of light. Air of terror seemed to have been swept in from nowhere. The clouds changed and endless worldly spiritual qi rained down from above. Yi Futian remained seated cross-legged, losing himself in all of it. Many even began to look at him with dazed eyes of admiration. Twang! A crisp sound was heard. Lian Yuqing's playing was completely swept away, halting abruptly. The string of Lian Yuqing's instrument had broken. The guqin was smeared with the blood spewed from his mouth. Chapter 605, Lian Yuqing lost. Lian Yuqing lost. A grade 1 noble ranked 5th on law rank and possessed unparalleled skill in the art of the guqin, yet he lost to another playing the instrument. He lost to Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If the competition had been one where the musical spells were used for fights, it would have been pointless as the victor would have been apparent. However, that competition was based on Yi Futian's ideas about sparring, where one's mastery of the art of the guqin was considered. Lian Yuqing had immense pride, especially when it came to the art of the guqin. It was unthinkable for him to attack Yi Futian. As such, he went testing Yi Futian's skills as a fellow musician of the instrument, matching the illustrations brought forth by Yi Futian through his own extraordinary mastery at the art. Lian Yuqing performed admirably, befitting of one who was ranked 5th on the law rank. Yet, the last song proved too much for him to handle. Despite giving his all, he failed to match the state illustrated by that last song. He ended up thoroughly burnt out, suffering intense mental trauma and physical injuries while the string on his guqin broke. Many understood what that outcome meant. Lian Yuqing lost to Yi Futian at a guqin competition. Having only arrived at the Holy Ji Palace less than a year ago, the champion of the entrance battles emerged as a newbie to question the rules of the sparring sessions, presenting his ideas of proper sparring to the veterans and old-timers. He claimed that he was not inferior to his seniors in any way but plain. He fulfilled what he had claimed, beating his seniors in both martial arts and sorcery. Now, even Lian Yuqing, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lost to him. It was a prestige for Futian like no other. Looking at the silhouette who was still playing his instrument, many looked dazed. Rumors about Yi Futian had been all over the place since the day he entered the Holy Ji Palace, rumors which were all unsavory, claiming him to be vile, weak, and cowardly. So what now? He remained calm and composed even when facing the one who ranked 5th on the law rank. Yun Shuisheng looked at Yi Futian with a tinge of interest in her cold eyes. She felt unable to read the young man before her. Xiang Zhiqin's face went pale altogether. What happened before seemed like a joke. It was a sarcastic twist of fate like no other. Even the number one noble in the Daozang Palace lost, which meant that she had no place disparaging Yi Futian or doubting the one Hua Jieyu deemed worthy. She came to realize right there and then why Hua Jieyu reacted so intensely that day. Hua Jieyu knew him through and through while Xiang Zhiqin knew nothing. Yun Feng looked at Yi Futian. He felt the light of Yi Futian was unbearably blinding. It made him feel worthless and despaired. Zhuge Xing had his eyes on Yi Futian as well. The impact Yi Futian brought forth then was even more intense than the one seen in the battles prior to their entry to the Holy Ji Palace. The one Yi Futian faced was not a newbie, but Lian Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank. All those who were in the same batch as Yi Futian felt some kind of heat welling up in their chests. What Yi Futian had pulled just now was indeed a tale to be told in legends. That one song made him into the only truly unique being in the place meant for sparring. Hua Jieyu smiled, looking at Yi Futian with her clear eyes. What a good-looking guy indeed. That was the Yi Futian that she knew and loved. Yu Sheng looked composed, and he was the only one capable of looking so composed. He ceased being surprised no matter what Yi Futian ended up achieving. He deemed such achievements to be Yi Futian's destiny, a glorious being admired and revered by tens of thousands. That was his destiny regardless of where he ended up, even in the Holy Ji Palace. Tremendously terrifying spiritual qi moved as a horrifying current was sensed from afar, encasing the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument as if he had totally lost himself in the illustration brought by the song he played. It was no longer a match between him and Lian Yuqing. He played because he felt a resonating power coming from somewhere else. It was not just Yi Futian, everyone in the sparring place felt the same kind of power. They looked far away and saw a gust of terrifying air moving toward them with the wind. Intense vibrations were whipped up around them. The air came from an area located between where they were and the law power zone. The area was incredibly vast, with many secret sites and ruins strewn about the place, as well as blessed sites for training left by the predecessors of the Holy Ji Palace for those who succeeded them. There were even places that were incredibly difficult to tread. The students of the Holy Ji Palace spent many years to advance themselves, not even having to go on pilgrimages outside. The reason for that lied within the tremendously rich resources for training in the Holy Ji Palace. Even if one were to spend 5 to 10 years studying there, it was still impossible for one to step foot in every single place for training there was. The song Yi Futian was playing grew incredibly loud and vivid, reverberating everywhere. All 8 statues resonated and burst with dazzling light. Mystical energy was conjured in the air, resonating with the sound of Yi Futian's guqin. The tune was practically heard everywhere by then, spreading far and wide, invoking even stronger vibrations. Its musical notes. Many were shocked to their core. Lian Yuqing looked up in the air. Countless musical notes were seen coming from the area of ruins, attracted by Yi Futian's playing. They resonated with the sound of Yi Futian's guqin, writing a new tune with him. Lian Yuqing's pride was practically shattered by then. He was utterly crushed by a student who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. That day on the law battle platform, Yi Futian said that there would be a day when he would have Lian Yuqing hear him play. Lian Yuqing did not bother with him. It was totally unexpected that that day would have come so soon. Within mere months, Yi Futian indeed came to play him a song. That was the Yukio song. Although Lian Yuqing had no idea that the Yukio song was introduced to the barren state through Yi Futian, he nonetheless knew of the song renowned to be one of the top 10 pieces in existence. What Yi Futian played was infused with the will of rulers. Thus, it was none other than the Yukio song introduced to the barren state. It was said that Bai Luli learned the song, but it was unexpected that Yi Futian knew how to play it as well, and furthermore, was able to be so richly illustrative with the Yukio song. Lian Yuqing lost to Yi Futian in the art of the guqin. He was pitiful, yet he did not feel much sadness about it. To anyone who devoted their lives to the guqin, there was nothing to be sad in losing to someone playing the ukiyo song. What was embarrassing about his predicament, however, was that the one who was playing the ukiyo song was Yi Futian. Yi Futian, who Lien Yuqing disliked intensely, bested him with one such legendary song. The crazed rush of the current continued as more and more musical notes were seen. One figure after another moved to the site where the tune was played. Even some of the elders in the Holy Ji Palace were so moved that they had to hear the song in person. The minds and hearts of many were shocked. The sparring sessions attracted the attention of the elders due to Yi Futian's actions. They had thought the sessions were just about to begin only to find out that it was already the climax. With such a magnificent display of skills and power demonstrated at such a stage, what more could have happened that was deemed capable of surpassing what was seen right there and then? Some of the Holy Ji Palace elders looked in the direction of somewhere in the area of ruins. They knew of a mystical place there, a place left behind by an extraordinarily powerful predecessor, and it was a place few were able to tread. At that moment, musical notes traversed the space between the two places to write a song with Yi Futian. Following the trail of the musical notes, head to Guqin Valley, an elder told Yi Futian as they looked in the direction of the Zonggong battle platform. A spark was seen in Yi Futian's eyes, and he leaped up from where he sat, playing his instrument as he headed for the place where the musical notes came from. If it was a place the elders of the Holy Ji Palace told him to visit, then there was no doubt that it was a place worth visiting. So the resonating power came from Guqin Valley? Guqin Valley, Lien Yuqing went pale as he uttered the name of the place. It was as he had guessed. The sounds came from Guqin Valley indeed. He had tried multiple times to venture there, yet he was unable to enter the mystical place even now. However, right there and then, the possibility of Yi Futian being given the right to enter was incredibly high. It was indeed sarcasm like no other. Lien Yuqing suffered a truly crushing defeat. Everyone stared at Yi Futian as he left for Guqin Valley, and they turned their eyes to Lien Yuqing, feeling extremely uneasy. The sparring session had been rather cruel to Lien Yuqing. Not only did he, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lose to Yi Futian at a Guqin battle, but the victor was also even summoned by the valley itself. It was natural that many had heard of the Guqin Valley. It was said that there was a frightening powerful figure in the Holy Ji Palace who reached incredible heights training with the Guqin, becoming an existence feared by many. His skill in the Guqin allowed him to mesmerize people and take control of their minds. It even allowed him to stimulate the latent potential of people, and his abilities were incredibly eerie in nature. Many top-class figures in the barren state avoided him like a plague. It was said that he was the number 1 on the barren sky ranking of the previous generation. That figure was none other than Lu Guangsheng, the 9-fingered Guqin demon told in legends. He had been a madman throughout his life, and his soul came to rest in Guqin Valley. Many in the Holy Ji Palace knew that Lien Yuqing tried many times to gain entrance into Guqin Valley to inherit the lineage of the ruins of Lu Guangsheng. However, he failed at every single attempt and had never been able to truly step foot in Guqin Valley. Yet, Yi Futian's song managed to move the Guqin Valley instead. It would have been anyone's guess how Lien Yuqing, the one known to be the best in the art of the Guqin in the law rank, felt. Lien Yuqing's eyes were locked on the figure who just left the site. His expression changed as he took to the air, chasing after Yi Futian. He wanted to see yet again if he would be able to make it into Guqin Valley. Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, and some others flashed and took to the air, going after Yi Futian. Many in the sparring place looked funny as one figure after another left. Despite the event of the day being sparring sessions, Yi Futian practically stole the event's thunder. With Guqin Valley resonating with Yi Futian, many went after him, and that rendered things rather awkward for the event itself. Shall we continue or just pause it for now? Many turned to look at Hua Fan. At that very moment, an elder said while standing in the air, "Those who wish to leave are free to do so, but it is probably something that has nothing to do with you. Those who stay, continue the sessions." They left as soon as the announcement was made. Some others were seen leaving, but most elected to stay behind. That practice was indeed inappropriate. Since Yi Futian proved his point to be true, we shall just abolish that round of events in further sessions then, said a voice. Many turned to look at the one who spoke. It was Do Kuan from Battle Sage Palace, and Yi Futian was considered his junior. Do Kuan was ranked second on the law rank. Many went silent at his words. While there was no absolute right or wrong, Yi Futian had beaten Lian Yuqing, and it was only natural that his points were right. From that battle, it was obvious that Yi Futian's ranking on the law rank would have made a considerable leap. This will be my last time hosting the sparring sessions. The future sessions will be in your hands. The sessions for newbies in the future shall be restricted to the difference of 2 planes at best, and they should be held mainly to provide guidance, Hua Fan said calmly. The battle of the day spelled more than Lian Yuqing's defeat, it was also the defeat of obsolete rules. Yi Futian broke it as a newbie. If there was a day where he would end up as the champion of the law rank, it was something that had to be acknowledged, regardless of what everyone else thought of him. Hua Fan did not make one thing clear, however. There was a huge possibility that the future law rank would have been overseen by Yi Futian, and that was probably something that would happen within just a few years. Continue, Hua Fan cleared his thoughts as he said. He felt immensely moved. Many prominent figures appeared from every generation, and the ones to emerge from the younger generations were destined to best the ones who came before them. Chapter 606, The Guqin Valley was one of the many relics within the Qingdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Lu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Lu Guangxing's Guqin in the Guqin Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Lu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The Guqin Valley was one of the many relics within the Qingdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Lu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Lu Guangxing's Guqin in the Guqin Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Lu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The entrance of the Guqin Valley was a stone cave. Many people were gathered here, and at the head of them was Yi Futian. He was holding a Guqin in his arms, playing continuously. If Yi Futian were to stop playing, the resonance between him and the Guqin Valley may be disrupted. Yi Futian could feel the incredibly powerful energy of musical will within this valley. He walked through the stone doors into the valley. It was a whole new world on the other side of the arched doors. Startlingly bright and cheery, it was like a private little world of one's own. There were green plains and strange jagged rocks, mountains, and springs. It was a world filled with life, and an invisible energy seemed to inhabit the space as well. Those were the musical notes that danced in time to Yi Futian's music. Behind Yi Futian, many people walked out into the valley as well. Unlike Yi Futian, they felt a sort of pressure, one that surrounded them from all directions in the Guqin Valley. It was as if the musical will was seeping into their minds, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. It was as though they were about to lose their minds. "Let's wait outside," Yi Wuchen whispered. Hua Jieyu and Yuxing nodded, and they all retreated. Su Ke, Zhongli, and many others had come as well, but they too went outside the Guqin gardens to wait. Only Lian Yuqing followed Yi Futian in, similarly holding a Guqin in his arms and playing. However, the musical notes were relentless still in their invasion of his mind. In the past, even if one was not a musical sorcerer, they would still come to the Guqin Valley in order to train their spiritual will. But to him, this place held a different significance. Furthermore, regardless of who came here to train, they would not come before the Guqin in the Guqin Valley. Lian Yuqing lifted his head to gaze into the distance. The ground was higher there, and the surroundings elegant. A guqin lay quietly on a smooth large rock. At this very moment, the guqin was actually playing itself, and the musical notes that spread across the space were resonating with the guqin in Yi Futian's arms. Lian Yuqing saw with his own eyes how Yi Futian walked forward until he was right before the guqin. This guqin had become famous because of Lu Guangsheng, and was hailed as an iconic guqin in the barren state. It was called the Soul Guqin. Lian Yuqing's guqin was peaceful and calm, just like his own inner state. He had always wanted to experience just how proudly defiant the enchanted guqin of Lu Guangsheng's was, though it was a pity that he never actually got the chance to. Now, he watched as the newcomer to the Holy Ji Palace, who had been first in the law battle, walk before the Soul Guqin and sit down, crossing his legs. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian had stopped playing by now, and he glanced at the guqin in his hands. He remembered how this guqin from the ancient Lulan in the ancient barren world had been unwilling to follow him back then. On the last day of the 10,006th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples left to visit home. Those who didn't leave kept busy with their training. The new law rank was now carved onto the stone wall in the law battle platform area. Once the sparring sessions ended every year, there would be great changes to the law rank. However, this year, the biggest change in the law rank was attributed only to one person. Many people were gathered before the law rank. Zhuge Xing, Xiang Zhiqin, Yun Feng, and the others were all there, staring at the new rankings. Shockingly, Yi Futian's name was at the top. He was 10th in the law rank. Despite only being a grade 8 noble, he had made it to 10th place. This was practically a miracle in the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, no one dared to question this ranking. Yi Futian had already displayed the potential of someone who would rank first in the law rank from his performance in battle. Furthermore, his skills in sorcery and martial arts were all outstanding, and he had defeated Lian Yuqing in battle using the guqin path. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Futian was still at a lower plane, and was not as physically strong, he may have ranked even higher. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Sheng had entered the law rank as well, though he was further down the list. But it seemed like the two names who would eventually be on top had already appeared within the law rank. People made it a point to remember Yi Futian's name. Where the relics were, there were many people training everywhere as well. Some occasionally had their eye on the Guqin Valley as well. Hua Jieyu was waiting outside the stone doors of the Guqin Valley. Today was the last day of the year, but Yi Futian was still training inside, refusing to come out. Just then, a handsome figure walked out from the valley. All smiles, he gazed towards the countless people waiting outside the Guqin Valley for him. A smile appeared on Hua Jieyu's face. Walking up to him, she first threw him a sharp glance before asking gently, "How's your training?" "There was the inheritance of a senior within the Guqin Valley," Yi Futian replied. "I managed to obtain several superb songs and the senior's Guqin." He then chuckled, "Did a day without me feel like an eternity?" Hua Jieyu pouted at him. She thought he was being incredibly thick-skinned. "I thought you weren't going to come out," Hua Jieyu said softly. "Why wouldn't I? I'm planning to welcome the new year with my wife-to-be." Yi Futian laughed, before looking at Yi Wuchen. "Wuchen, call Chenyu over. Let's find a place to sit." "Sure," Yi Wuchen replied. "Where shall we meet?" "Up there." Yi Futian pointed to a mountain. "That's the highest point in this place, we should get a pretty good view." Yi Wuchen nodded and turned to leave. "Yu Sheng, I'll get little Condor to bring Qing Xian over. Let's head there first." Yi Futian smiled. Yu Sheng nodded, and they set off towards the tall mountain. At the peak of that mountain, one could get a bird's-eye view of the area. Staring down at the many relics below, Yi Futian laughed. "Just training in the Law Power Zone alone has taken me half a year, and there's still plenty of resources left for me to train with for a good while. There probably are still places like the Guqin Valley among these relics. Seems like I'll be able to train well in the palace for the next few years. After the sparring sessions, no one would be picking a fight with Yi Futian. Which was good, since he had come to the palace in order to train and ascend to higher planes. We're still going to be training here for a few years. Yi Shaoshi clenched his teeth. He was thinking that he wouldn't be able to take it. Seventh brother, if you're going to be so lazy, I'm going to have a chat with second sister when I get the chance. Yi Futian grinned at him. You think that scares me? Yi Shaoshi glared scornfully at Yi Futian, but he still seemed a little unconfident. Yuan Zhan, why didn't you go back to Mount Taihang? Yi Futian turned to Yuan Zhan and asked. The old man had me follow you, Yuan Zhan replied, gazing into the distance. But you didn't have to stick with me all the way, Yi Futian rubbed between his eyebrows, marveling at how rigid these demonic beasts could be. Soon, Yu Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, the black-winged condor, Qing Xian, and Lulan Shui arrived at the mountain peak at the same time. Yi Futian smiled at Lu Qinyu. Qinyu, you've become prettier. Looks like our Wuchen has done a good job taking care of you. Lu Qinyu had been training in the palace as well. As she transcended to a higher plane, her aura became even more outstanding as well. Who is Yun Shuisheng, and why have I been hearing things about her even at the Sword Pavilion? Lu Qinyu looked towards Yi Futian, seeming to ask in all seriousness. Yi Futian blinked and looked at the stunning figure before him. I was in the wrong. This woman is ruthless, he thought to himself. It's the last day of the year already, let's not argue today. Yi Qingxian walked up to them, smiling gently. Qingshuan's right. Yi Futian nodded. Why does it feel like we're missing something, like roasted meat or whatnot? As he spoke, Yi Futian's gaze landed on the black-winged condor, and the condor jumped up hurriedly, speaking up woefully, Boss, if there's anything you want, just give the order and I'll go get it done. The condor was wary of the others having any funny ideas about it. It spooked him. Does anyone want alcohol? A voice rang out. Yi Futian turned to look, and saw Zui Qianzhou walking over with Su Ke, carrying a pot of wine with him. Sure. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This situation was perfect for drinking. Looks like I have no choice but to bring out the good stuff. Zui Qianzhou seemed a little pained. From a storage ring, he took out many wine cups. There was a great variety of cups, with some made of gold and others of jade. Yi Futian was dumbfounded at how exquisite Zui Qianzhou's taste was. Everyone sat together, and Zui Qianzhou poured them all a cup of wine, chuckling, despite being alive for so long, I haven't actually had the chance to welcome the new year with people who aren't my master. To fate, which brought us all together. Su Ke chuckled, thinking to himself that life really was interesting. He had thought himself a person who did not get along with the rest, but after arriving at the Holy Ji Palace, he had discovered people he didn't mind, like Zui Qianzhou and Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian and Yu Xing seemed like interesting people too. Perhaps this really was the workings of fate at play. To fate. Yi Futian laughed, and everyone raised their cups and drank. The sparring sessions a few days ago were really satisfying. Su Ke grinned. How long do you all think it will take for us to take over the law rank of the Holy Ji Palace? Most of those who would predictably be at the forefront of the rankings were here at this gathering. Probably 3 years, Zui Qianzhou replied. 3 years? Yi Futian looked towards the Holy Ji Palace. I've never thought about conquering the law rank. Zui Qianzhou and Su Ke were taken aback for a moment and glanced over at Yi Futian. Then they both chuckled. Indeed, they had forgotten that not everyone had their sights set on the law rank. The rankings meant little to Yi Futian. Then what about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State? Su Ke looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian was still staring off into the distance. He thought about the barren sky ranking in the barren state. A smile then appeared on his face, but he did not reply. In years to come, when Su Ke recalled this memory again, he would finally understand the meaning behind Yi Futian's smile. Chapter 607, It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast barren state again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the barren state had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast barren state again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the barren state had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. Just like 3 years ago, many young talents had gathered at the divine roads, heading towards the Holy Ji Palace. Powerful individuals from all across the land had also arrived in large groups at the foot of the palace, preparing to watch the final battle from there. Among them, there were many influential characters who had come in support of their disciples participating in the assessment. Within the Holy Ji Palace, the disciples were busy training. At this moment, there was a crowd gathered before the law rank, staring at the rankings carved into the stone wall. After 3 years, immense changes had occurred within the law rank. About 2 years ago, after the sparring sessions had ended, Hua Fan entered the Sage Palace and emerged from his training as sage. Afterward, Do Kuan and the person who was 3rd in the law rank entered the Sage Plane as well. Even then, they had not been replaced by the 4th and 5th person in the original rankings. Instead, the top 3 positions had been taken over by those who were lower down in the rankings. The batch of disciples from 6 years ago had already advanced to be at the peak of the noble plane. This put them ahead of many disciples in the batch from 9 years ago, who had not entered the sage plane yet. It was a large leap to get to the sage plane, which made it difficult for people to break through into the plane. As such, it was common that disciples from 2 different generations would clash with each other in the law rank at this particular plane. Such occurrences had happened throughout the years. Even within the disciples that had entered 3 years ago, there were many whose names had already appeared within the law rank. Furthermore, there were many whose positions were especially eye-catching. The person who was 10th in the law rank was especially prominent. His rank was not especially high, but he had steadily held that position for 2 years in a row. About 2 years ago, Yi Futian had made a name for himself through a battle during the sparring sessions and become 10th in the law rank as a grade 8 noble. Afterward, he had maintained that rank without any changes happening. He did not increase in rank, but neither was he replaced by anyone. It was as if his position was fixed. Those who ranked lower than him skipped 10th place when they rose in ranking, those who dropped in rank also fell beneath Yi Futian as well. Once, there had been a person in 11th place who rose in ranking to take over the 9th place. The person originally in 9th place should have become 10th instead. But that did not happen. Yi Futian remained in his rank, and the person dropped directly to number 11 in the rank instead. It was strange. However, those in the Holy Ji Palace were not fazed at all by this occurrence. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had not participated in any more battles. He had even been absent from the sparring sessions for the past 2 years. Under these circumstances, even if one wanted to have Yi Futian's ranking in the law rank shifted forward, it was unclear where he should be placed. As a result, a strange occurrence happened within the law rank where Yi Futian remained in the exact same ranking for about 2 years. "What plane is that guy at now?" someone asked quietly, looking at Yi Futian's name on the ranking. Those next to him knew exactly who he was talking about. In truth, there were many who were curious about Yi Futian. Someone else answered from the side, I thought he would have participated in the sparring sessions a few months back. In the end, he still wasn't interested. What a character. But even without participating in the sparring sessions or any other battle, his name is still getting more prominent within the palace. They continued, he's someone who broke through many relics continuously, and he even helped many of those entering the Holy Ji Palace in their training. It's no wonder he's well known. He has an extraordinary capability in understanding things. We've already seen that back at the sparring sessions over 2 years ago. Today, whether it's sorcery, martial arts, or the Guqin path, he probably has outstanding achievements in all of them. Even those talents from the batch 3 years ago were willing to head to the Battle Sage Palace in order to ask him for training advice. Many people chattered before the law rank about how Yi Futian had become a legendary character among the Holy Ji Palace disciples. Despite his unconventional ways, he was still outstandingly capable. They predicted that if Yi Futian were to actually participate once, there would even be the possibility that he could leap straight into the top 3 from being 10th in the law rank. It had been 2 years already. With his current abilities and his potential to become first in the law rank, it was absolutely possible that he would be able to enter the top 3. Over at the sky-reaching tower area, shouts were heard, and there was a ruckus both within and outside the tower. Entering the 18th level. This guy's crazy good, some people were exclaiming in jealousy. Who entered the 18th level? Someone asked outside. Who else could it be? It's Yu Sheng, of course, someone replied, walking out of the tower. Many people headed for the sky-reaching tower in a blink, and they saw the hulking figure on the 18th floor of the tower. Many felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Yu Sheng was probably only a grade 4 noble. Even if that was one of the peak states in the noble plane, there was still a ways to go before he would be considered a superior noble. However, one usually had to be a grade 1 noble in order to enter the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Even if one was physically powerful, they probably still had to be at least a grade 2 noble in order to enter successfully. Yu Sheng was only a grade 4 noble. What kind of body did he have in order to be able to enter the 18th floor? He was a monster. The batch from 3 years ago already had Yi Futian with his strange ways and Yu Sheng, who was an absolute monster. Many people wondered if these two would be the ones to fight over the top position in the law rank in the future, and if so, who would prevail. However, they also understood that these two fellows didn't seem to have any interest in the law rank at all. If not, they wouldn't have ignored all the opportunities to battle. They were only concerned with training and improving their own abilities quietly. They hadn't even participated in the sparring sessions. They wondered what those at the Holy Sage Pavilion would think if 2 disciples from the Battle Sage Palace were to become number 1 and 2 in the law rank in future. It would probably be humiliating for them as the top palace in the Holy Ji Palace. Throughout history, it had always been a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion who stably held the first position in the law rank. The current disciple at the top of the law rank was a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion as well. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Situated within the northern parts of the Holy Ji Palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion towered over the land. At this moment, a person walked out from an ancient hall within the Holy Sage Pavilion. While this person had absolutely no aura, the sight of him standing there gave one the impression of grandeur. He lifted his eyes to look at the skies, and his gaze seemed as though it could penetrate through the sky. Assistant Palace Lord, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion bowed and greeted him from aside. This person who had just walked out was the second most powerful man in the Holy Ji Palace and was third in the Baron Sky ranking. It's time for the next batch's assessment, isn't it? The Assistant Palace Lord spoke in a low tone. Yes. The other man nodded. Are there any good seedlings in this batch? He asked. There are a few, came the reply. They are pretty talented, but they may not be as strong as the disciples from the previous batch. Bai Zai's already considered pretty good in terms of capability, yet in the previous assessment, he was crushed by two other participants. It was a huge emotional blow to him, and I don't think he's walked out of the shadow of that event yet. Training is an individual responsibility. When it comes to one's emotional state, no one else can help him but himself. If he can't let that event go, he's destined to remain average for life, the assistant palace lord mused. Then he asked, what about those two from the Battle Sage Palace? How far have they come along in their training? They're both at the peak of the grade 4 noble plane, the elder answered. It's not clear how their battle abilities are at this moment, but with their performance so far, it seems like they'll be very powerful. They're both rare geniuses that you can only find once in a blue moon. Perhaps they'll be of great help to Luli in future. It's just that a senior of theirs from the eastern region of the Barren State seems to have some disagreements with Luli. As you cultivate, you train the heart as well. If Luli can disregard the animosity between Bai Zai and himself, then hopefully he'll be able to look past these affairs between seniors, the assistant palace lord said. The Battle Sage Palace will nurture them properly. When they reach the peak of the noble plane in the future, then we'll gather the pavilion lords for a discussion to permit their entry into the Sage Palace to train. The man at his side nodded in response. Many of the disciples in the Holy Ji Palace thought that the Holy Sage Pavilion would be concerned that Yi Futian was becoming so prominent. This was but an underestimation of how gracious the elders in the Holy Sage Pavilion could be. They were not concerned with the internal competition between the 6 palaces. The competition between disciples was a way to motivate them in their training, and the palaces would not interfere in that. Time's beginning to run out. It's about time to put the marriage between Luli and Zhuge Mingyue on the agenda, the assistant palace lord whispered. The Barren State had to have a saint. Many top individuals had failed in the past. Even their senior had failed. Bai Luli was to be their new hope. At the Battle Sage Palace, a few people had appeared by the Golden Cliffs. Yi Futian was there as well and was sitting opposite an incredibly beautiful woman. That woman was Phoenix from the Daozang Palace. Next to her, white flames hid her figure from sight. A strange area of will fell upon her, making it feel as though she couldn't even move her body. Sage Daozang once mentioned in his lecture that when we reach the plane we're in right now, integrated energy should come from areas of will. Since everyone has a different perception of energy, the new areas of will created would all be different as well. This is the area of will that I've perceived, Yi Futian said, looking at Phoenix. He then took back his energy. Thank you. Phoenix nodded at Yi Futian in gratitude. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had entered many of the relic's secret realms. This had not escaped the notice of people, and many came to him for training advice. It was just surprising to Yi Futian that Phoenix, who was reticent in nature, would come to him for advice today as well. Phoenix's plane was higher than his. No problem, we can help each other to become better. Yi Futian smiled. I'll take my leave now. If the chance arises, I'll come seek your advice again. Phoenix stood up and turned to leave. Her sleeves fluttered as she moved, adding to her loveliness. Brother Yi, seems like you've got pretty good luck with the ladies. At this moment, a figure moved through the sky towards him. It was Zhongli, another talent who had entered the Holy Ji Palace at the same time as him. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Futian chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, I'm talking nonsense here. Zhongli laughed and threw a glance at the beautiful woman next to Yi Futian. In Yi Futian's second year at the Holy Ji Palace, Mu Zhiqiu had come to the Holy Ji Palace's core island from the 1,000 Holy Islands through a selections process. Since then, she would often meet Yi Futian to discuss their training in the celestial way. They come here for the same purpose as you do, Yi Futian explained. Over the past 2 years, he had also gotten closer to Zhongli. Got it. Zhongli chuckled before coming to Yi Futian's side to seek his opinion on problems he had faced during training. Though they could turn to the elders for guidance should they meet with issues during their own training, they found that sometimes hearing about Yi Futian's own experiences in training could inspire them, given that Yi Futian was a peer whose plane was not far from theirs. At the side, Mu Zhiqiu watched Yi Futian and Zhongli quietly. After 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, the young man who had once come to the Zhaixing house in order to claim the divine destruction polearm had now become someone who had an incredibly high standing among the disciples of the palace. She knew that within the palace, there were many disciples who declared that Yi Futian would indisputably become first in the law rank in the future. Younger brother, Qi Jia called out, walking towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at him and responded, "Older brother, is anything the matter? It's now the assessment period for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace." Qi Jia smiled. Those going through the assessment have already stepped out of the divine roads, and many of them are outside the Holy Ji Palace now. Someone asked me to convey a message to you. Who? Yi Futian asked. Your older sister, Qi Jia replied. A smile twinkled in Yi Futian's eyes, and he asked, "What did older sister ask you to say to me?" She said to tell you that you were a rascal for not thinking about her for the past 3 years and that you better go and see her tomorrow. Qi Jia spoke, his expression caught in the middle of seriousness and mirth. Yi Futian was speechless. He blinked before breaking out into a grin. His second older sister was coming. It had been 3 years since he last saw her. Having spent 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, he was excited to find out how everyone else had been while he was away. Chapter 608. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, there were even more people. Today was the day of the final battle. The talents of the 9 holy roads would fight below the Holy Ji Palace and fight to the end. Who would be the most brilliant figure this year? Countless people were discussing it. Many of the names were already familiar, but everyone was thinking whether the winner would be an underdog, just like last time. Yi Futian had swept all his opponents as an underdog last time. He'd embarrassed Bai Zhe, second young lord of the White Cloud City, and defeated Huang Jioga in the final battle. Under everyone's shock, he'd taken first place and entered the Holy Ji Palace, becoming Sage Dozhan's personal disciple. This year was a new round. They wondered what cultivation plane Yi Futian, who had entered the pavilion 3 years ago, would be at now. He'd been at grade 9 then. Would he be a mid-level noble now? In the crowd, Chen Yuan, chief of the Divine Sky City's Starry School, arrived as well. He'd come to see how Yi Futian's cultivation these 3 years had been and also see if Starry School disciples could enter the Holy Ji Palace once again. Long Mu and Gu Yunxi's group joined this trial, journeying down the Holy Road. 3 years ago, they'd followed Yi Futian. Now, they were grade 7 nobles and could hold their own. They traveled down the Holy Road to hear. Long Mu, Yunxi, how confident are you? Chen Yuan asked the ones beside him. Long Mu was the descendant of his disciple Long Yitian. Chen Yuan had high hopes in him. It was just that Yi Futian had appeared and outshone the other disciples. Long Mu seemed to have been affected by the Holy Road last time. He worked harder on his cultivation and had improved greatly. I will try my best, Long Mu answered. He gazed at the vast battlefield. 3 years ago, he'd watched Yi Futian get first place. He knew he couldn't do it, but he'd worked hard to see Yi Futian's back. Grandpa Chen, why don't you ask about me? A bright voice asked. Chen Yuan looked over and saw a pretty girl beside Long Mu. Affection filled his eyes. You want to join the fun with your cultivation plane? Mother, Grandpa Chen is being mean, the girl complained to the woman beside her. Is Grandpa Chen wrong? Madame Long said, smiling. The 18-year-old girl was Long Linger. She'd grown up and was beautiful while still being filled with youth. You all bully me. Brother Futian is the best for me. Long Linger thought of Yi Futian and smiled brightly. Mother, do you think Brother Futian can recognize me? Maybe not. Madame Long found it funny. How is that possible? Long Linger made a face at Madame Long, I don't believe it. I might have gotten prettier, but I'm still easy to recognize. Ah, yes. Madame Long shook her head and smiled helplessly. This girl was a lot to deal with. But she was very relieved that this girl could exit the holy road peacefully. Long Linger was also in the upper Arcana plane, but Long Mu had experienced how dangerous the holy road was. Last time, Yi Futian had been there, but this time, Long Mu and Gu Yunxi had taken good care of Long Linger. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Otherwise, she would regret letting this girl go on the holy road. Zhuge Mingyue had already arrived on the steps. She was standing in the same spot as before. This year, the Zhuge family still had people in the trial that was still extraordinarily talented. Of course, that wasn't why she was here. She'd come to the Holy Ji Palace to get some air and see Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. After all, they'd already cultivated in the pavilion for 3 years. Senior sister, what plane do you think Junior is in now? Beitang Xing'er asked Zhuge Mingyue. We can ask them after he comes. Zhuge Mingyue smiled. Second senior sister, a voice called from afar. Zhuge Mingyue looked up towards the Holy Ji Palace and saw a group flying over. It was Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu came hand in hand. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Sheng, and Lu Lan Shui were behind them. Yi Futian soon arrived and Hua Jieyu smiled as she called, Senior sister. Seems like you're living well in the pavilion. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at them. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked great and happy. I'm okay. I just miss second senior sister a lot, Yi Futian said emotionally. Stop acting. Do you still remember me when Jieyu's here? Zhuge Mingyue gave a half-smile. It's been 3 years and you never came to see me. Senior sister, I was busy cultivating so I can protect you sooner, Yi Futian said with a timid smile. Then what cultivation plane are you now? Can you protect me now? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Pinnacle of the grade, for noble plane. It won't be long before I reach the upper-level noble plane, Yi Futian said. Not bad, Zhuge Mingyue said, smiling. Then she looked at Hua Jieyu. What about Jieyu? Senior sister, I'm on the same plane as him, she said. Shaoshi, why are you hiding? You don't know me anymore. Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Shaoshi who was in the back. What plane are you on? Senior sister, I was waiting for Junior to finish reporting. I'm grade 3, Yi Shaoshi said. Junior is catching up. How are you cultivating in the pavilion? Zhuge Mingyue grinned at him. It's the problem of talent, you know. I work really hard in the pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask Junior. Yi Shaoshi glanced at Yi Futian and fluttered his lashes. Yes. Seventh senior brother works really hard, Yi Futian said, nodding. Yi Shaoshi let out a relieved breath. Zhuge Mingyue looked at them with a half-smile, making the fatty's heart pound in fear. His senior sister's gaze seemed to suspect that he'd been slacking off. Senior sister, is there news about third senior brother? Yi Futian asked. Dead. Zhuge Mingyue's smile disappeared. Yi Futian blinked and saw Beitang Xing'er shake his head. Yi Futian felt awkward and resentful. Had third senior brother really disappeared for 3 or 4 years? Or if he hadn't contacted second senior sister ever since he left the Eastern Barren territory, how many years had it been? How could Zhuge Mingyue not be resentful then? Third senior brother must be cultivating crazily so he can go to the Zhuge family with honor. Maybe it's really dangerous outside, Yi Futian said weakly while studying Zhuge Mingyue's expression timidly. As expected, Zhuge Mingyue's expression softened a bit, but she said softly, "Don't mind him. Cultivate well and don't be like Shui Yi and Luo Fan."
What happened to fourth and fifth senior brother? Yi Futian asked. Don't mention them, Zhuge Mingyue said. Yi Futian became much more confused. What had happened to them? Futian, a voice said below them. Yi Futian looked down and saw Chen Yuan's group. Senior sister, I'll go see Chief Chen now. Jiayu can stay with you, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Mingyue nodded and Yi Futian walked out. Lulan Shui also followed. She saw an extremely familiar figure behind Chen Yuan. Chief Chen, madam, Yi Futian called while walking over. Yunshi, you're also here for the trial? Yes. Gu Yunshi nodded and smiled brilliantly at Yi Futian. Long time no see. Long time no see, Yi Futian said. Then he looked to the pretty figure on the side. He studied her and asked, "Who is this? You can't recognize me?" Long Linger fluttered her lashes. Her clear eyes seemed a bit nervous. PSH. Yi Futian knocked against Long Linger's head. Little girl, you've grown up and gotten prettier. Ah, you tricked me. Long Linger jumped up and rushed into Yi Futian's arms. Brother Futian, did you miss me? Hey, you're an adult now. Aren't you embarrassed? Yi Futian stared speechlessly at Long Linger. The girl was 18 years old now. She was a slim and graceful girl. Linger, you still make trouble even after growing up, Madame Long said, glaring at Long Linger. This is my brother. It's okay, Long Linger said, upset. Right, Brother Futian? Seems right. Yi Futian shook his head with a dry smile. Long Linger had been a little demoness when she was little. Now, she was even scarier. Futian, someone came to the Starry School asking for you, so I brought her with. Chen Yuan looked to the figure behind him. She was another beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament. Lulan Shui had already walked before her. This woman was the Empress of Lulan. Empress, Yi Futian called, walking up. Yi Futian, come with me. I have something to say, the Empress said before turning to leave. Yi Futian followed with Lulan Shui behind him. The Empress led them away from the crowd. Then she turned and stared coldly at Yi Futian. Empress, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian asked. How is my daughter not good enough for you? Empress, what do you mean? Yi Futian asked. You have a girlfriend, but when I sent Lulan Shui to Book Mountain, I'd already said that you can even take her in as a mistress. Now, she's been by your side for so many years. How come she's still only on the side? Have you really ordered her around like a maid? Why are you humiliating her like this? The Empress asked coldly. She was the Empress of Lulan and Lulan Shui had the high status of a princess. She could give Lulan Shui as a mistress, but Yi Futian still didn't think she was enough. This was definitely humiliation. Yi Futian looked at the Empress, confused and speechless. What kind of mother was this? Thinking of this, he became more upset. You forced Lulan Shui into Book Mountain back then. But I'm the one who mistreated her. Hearing this, the Empress became even more furious. Coldness radiated from her and enveloped Yi Futian. Don't get angry. If we really want to fight, you're not my match anymore, Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone had a temper. You, the Empress roared. A cold storm arrived instantly. A frightening cold spear shot towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there quietly, allowing the icy spear to pierce him without moving. Now, his physical body was very strong. Even if the empress was a grade 2 noble, he wasn't afraid. However, ancient Lulan's nobles were much weaker than the Holy Ji Palace's nobles, even if she was the empress. If you keep attacking, I won't be polite anymore, Yi Futian said coolly. The empress shook in anger, her chest rising and falling. This bastard, she thought. Lulan Shui, come back, the empress said in anger. Don't serve him anymore. Looking at her mother, Lulan Shui shook her head.
What do you mean? The empress stared at her. He's humiliating you like this and you'll still follow him? You're the princess of Lulan. He's really treating you like a servant and you throw yourself onto him. Mother, I'm doing this willingly. It has nothing to do with him, Lulan Shui said softly. The empress looked at her, speechless from anger. Then she said coldly, then I won't have a failure like you as a daughter. With that, she really turned to leave. Lulan Shui ran over, but the empress waved her hand. Don't run after me. Just follow him. Lulan Shui stopped. She stood in her spot, eyes a bit wet. The empress' body flashed and quickly disappeared. Her eyes were also damp. She'd asked for Yi Futian's news in Book Mountain and learned about the Divine Sky City's Starry School, so she went there. Then she came all the way to the Holy Ji Palace and learned about Yi Futian's achievements over the years. She didn't bear to do this to her daughter, but she was clear about Yi Futian. He would only go further and higher. In this case, she would just let her daughter go. She could only help Lulan Shui to this point and she hoped the girl would understand her intentions.
Chapter 609. After the empress left, Lulan Shui remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? After the empress left, Lulan Shui remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? Lulan, don't think too much. It's not how you think, Yi Futian said. The empress isn't as heartless as you think. She did all that for you. Lulan Shui froze and looked at Yi Futian with her silver eyes. For her. I've truly been ordering you around these years and I've gotten used to it. I'm sorry. If you want to leave someday, you don't have to worry about me. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He knew how calculating the empress was. He could obviously see through her intentions. The empress had already planned to make him feel guilty about Lulan Shui so he would treat her well. She wanted Lulan Shui to keep journeying with Yi Futian. This way, she could see a bigger world. Her current cultivation plane was catching up to the empress. The empress obviously knew about this. Thus, she decided to let go completely and let Lulan Shui fly with him. But she was worried Lulan Shui would be treated badly, so she yelled at Yi Futian. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Lulan Shui quickly realized this. Then she looked to her mother's back and sighed inwardly. Had she disappointed her mother? Yi Futian returned to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. As strong cultivators from the 9 holy roads arrived gradually, Yi Futian arrived beside Zhuge Mingyue on the stairs. Futian, Jieyu, you'll watch the trial battle with me today, Zhuge Mingyue whispered. She looked forward. The battle would last a few days. Today was only the opening. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. His second senior sister rarely called his name. Something seemed off with her today. Second senior sister, is something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingyue turned towards him. What are you thinking? How can anything be wrong? Really? Yi Futian didn't believe her. Zhuge Mingyue glared at him. Yi Futian's eyes moved away and then back. Second senior sister, if anything's wrong, you can tell Jiayu and me. We can help share your troubles. Zhuge Mingyue reached out to pat Yi Futian's head. Smiling gently, she said, "Kid, just work hard on cultivating and reach the sage plane soon." "Yes, I will." Yi Futian nodded. "These 3 years, I never left the pavilion. I've been cultivating every second of the day. 3 years ago, I was down there. 3 years later, I'm watching the trial with senior sister. I believe that it'll only be a few years before the Barren Sky ranking has my name, not for the fame but to prove some things." Zhuge Mingyue smiled at Yi Futian. She knew what he was talking about. Bai Luli had become 10th on the Barren Sky ranking soon after entering the Sage Plane. Gu Donglu had challenged him once and lost. Bai Luli also had a complicated relationship with Zhuge Mingyue. Yi Futian wanted to prove some things to the world. "Of course I trust you." Zhuge Mingyue's smile was warm. "You're 25 years old now, right? I still remember how you were only 18 when you came to the cottage. You were so cute." Yi Futian was speechless. Cute? So Zhuge Mingyue had thought he was cute when they first met. "Yes, I'm 25. Senior sister, I didn't awaken my life spirit and start cultivating until I was 15, Yi Futian said while looking in the distance. "It's been 10 years. These 10 years, I went from the beginning stage to now. I'm only a grade 4 noble now, but if I'm serious, I can be at the top of the Holy Ji Palace's rank. If I enter the top-level noble plane, no nobles here dare to say they'll defeat me." His voice was extremely confident. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the handsome side profile and her eyes shone brighter. She knew that Yi Futian wasn't bragging. He just wanted to tell her.
Seems like little Linger has grown up. Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. At 18 years old, she was only in the upper arcana plane, but Sage Daozong had personally made an exception to accept her. Clearly, her talent had been very impressive. Sage Daozong also knew Long Yitian. Coming from the divine sky city of the eastern Barren state, Long Yitian had been on the Barren Sky ranking. He'd been incredible and shone for a while before passing like a shooting star. He saw yet another dragon master in Long Linger. Of course. Long Linger was a bit proud. Chen Yuan and Madame Long were also happy. They'd thought Long Linger wouldn't achieve anything and never thought the Daozong Pavilion would make an exception for her. It was a great surprise. "Long Mu, you did well," Yi Futian said to Long Mu. He'd entered an island on the 1,000 Holy Islands. This counted as entering the Holy Ji Palace too. "I'll catch up to you." Long Mu looked at Yi Futian. The disdain still existed, but it had become his motivation to keep improving. He was especially affected when he saw Yi Futian get first place 3 years ago and had cultivated crazily. "Then you better work hard," Yi Futian said, chuckling. He'd moved on from the past conflicts. Madame Long smiled at these juniors. Her smile was just as beautiful as when she was young. She was obviously happy seeing the juniors like this. Long Mu had finally grown up. In the future, he could be a good and reliable man like her brother, Long Yitian. "Are you going back with me or entering the palace directly?" "Madame Long, I'm not going back." "Mother, tell father that I didn't disappoint him this time," Long Linger said. "Okay." Madame Long nodded. "Your father's strictness was for the best of you. Now that you and Long Mu have entered the Holy Ji Palace, you must cultivate well." "I will," Long Linger said. "Mother, don't worry. I have brother Futian and sister Jiayu here." "Futian, you'll have to take care of this girl," Madame Long said. "Madam, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Linger," Yi Futian said. "I obviously don't worry with you." "Alright, Go on now, Madame Long said. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Gu Yunxi. Yunxi, don't be disappointed. You can cultivate well in the starry school too. Yes, I will. Gu Yunxi nodded, but how couldn't she be disappointed? She'd already worked hard, but it still wasn't enough. Chief Chen, Madam, I'm going now. Yi Futian bid farewell to everyone and took Long Linger into the Holy Ji Palace. It wasn't just them. Many entered the palace directly instead of going back. With Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, there was no need for the guards to lead the way. The group soared in the sky. Linger, I'll take you around the palace, Yi Futian said. Okay. Long Linger's eyes glowed with curiosity and excitement. Yi Futian brought her around the pavilion's law power zone. Long Linger looked down and said, "What is that? It doesn't look like a cultivation area. There are so many people there. That's a law power zone. Some disciples plan battles there. Many enter the law rank there. You, newbies, are usually more interested in them," Yi Futian said, chuckling. Law rank? Long Linger was interested. Brother, I want to go see. Okay. Yi Futian smiled. The group landed before the law rank and Long Linger rushed to the front. Brother Futian, you're number 10, she exclaimed. Many people looked towards Yi Futian. The older disciples also looked at him. He'd already entered the rank more than 2 years ago. If he fought again, he would definitely be higher up. Many newbies were looking at him. Was this the winner of the last pavilion battle? You're Yi Futian. A sharp gaze looked towards Yi Futian right then. Yi Futian glanced over and saw a pretty girl dressed cleanly. Her entire body radiated with sharpness, giving her a different kind of beauty. This was Yan Qinggu, second of the battle and Yan Jiu's sister. Yes. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. It's because of you that my brother returned soulless that year. Someday, I'll challenge you, Yan Qinggu said. I'll be waiting, Yi Futian said, smiling. He didn't mind. His mindset was completely different from 3 years ago. Number 1 from the last round, someone muttered, standing before the law rank with his back to Yi Futian. It's a pity I wasn't in the same year. Many people looked at the speaker. It was Shiman Gu, the winner of this year. Was this newbie challenging his senior? Yi Futian glanced at him. He was really arrogant, but Yi Futian didn't mind. The winner of the battle would definitely be arrogant. If you're in the same year, you won't be anywhere near number 1, Long Linger said. Shiman Gu turned around. He looked at Yi Futian and then gazed at Long Linger. Chuckling, he said, "You're Long Linger, right?" Yes. Long Linger looked at Shiman Gu, not liking his eyes. Look at who's number 1 on the law rank, Shiman Gu said. Long Linger looked and saw that the name at the top was Shiman Hanjiang. Shiman Gu continued, "My brother entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago and he was first in his pavilion battle. I entered this year and I'm first in my battle." He chuckled before walking away. If you pretty girl wants to find someone to kiss up to, you can come to me. You. Long Linger looked at his backside. Her expression changed slightly. Yi Futian glanced at the law rank. Shiman Hanjiang was a strong competitor. If he could be first on the law rank, he was naturally very talented. The Shiman clan had produced 2 winners of the pavilion battles. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. Wait, Yi Futian uttered. Shiman Gu paused and looked up at Yi Futian. Yes? Apologize, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.